Now I'm recording. Okay. Now I'm recording. Okay. So I wasn't pressing the red button. Ward Green here. Okay. Ward Green here. December 14th, 2021. Um, and I want to. I'll have to start that conversation over again, but that's fine because I can edit out. I'm just going to look at this one camera, but I'm running the other cameras. I can use them for occasional, perspective or whatever. But so 10 years ago, I bought two Apple computers, which had become prominent at the time. They were iMacs, and the iMac was introduced some years before that. But the time when I bought these iMacs, they were the most powerful computers, it looked like to me, available. They had a fantastic display, and I could get a 27-inch display, which I did on both my computers that I bought at that time. They were Intel processors, which were the processor of choice at that time for Apple. Uh, they having just a few years prior, it was a multiple, 5 years prior, Apple having just migrated from the PowerPC processor to the Intel processors, and these new iMacs had the Intel, the ones I bought, had the Intel processors. Of course, I think at that time you could get programs that were only working on PowerPCs, and that's why they had the Rosetta program, so that in Snow Leopard, for example, I needed the Rosetta program for some of the um, because it was still possible in Snow Leopard to on one of my computers had Snow Leopard, and the other one, they were both identical computers, except the Snow Leopard computer had a gigabyte of video RAM compared to 500 megabytes for the Lion operating system on the other iMac. But they were very similar. I mean, identical computers essentially. Well, I think one of them had the studio computer, which was the Snow Leopard, had a better CD player as well, or DVD player, whatever it was. I guess it was a DVD player. But maybe one of them had a CD player. Maybe the other one had a DVD player. I'm not. It could have been that even. But they were different. They were different in certain minor ways that didn't if, if end up being very important. I wanted to have a backup computer in case one of them failed. So my reasoning was buy two of them because I had a studio too at the recording studio, and I wanted to use one of them in the studio, and that gave me a backup computer in case my main computer would ever fail. Even if my main computer just had a software problem, and I couldn't boot or something, I didn't know what problems I might have. I never had any problem like that, but I was always what the hard drive failed on my main computer because I partly because I blocked the probably partly because I blocked the intakes without realizing the cooling intakes underneath the computer. I was packing stuff under books or something, paper underneath, and it blocked those intakes, and that might have contributed to the failure of the hard drive. But those drives failed for a lot of people on those iMacs, the internal drive, and I saw that problem coming, and I was researching things, and I solved that by booting off of a Thunderbolt dock with an internal SSD, and that served me. It still boots off that now in the studio. But what I've got, I just recently moved that into the studio, so I have two iMacs in there now. But 10 years ago, I bought two iMacs. So as I just recorded, but it was lost, I'm going to say it again. Um, it wasn't lost. I just didn't start the recording. I didn't understand. I haven't used this program for a while to record video. It's QuickTime, but I'm going to say this again, and that was hopefully I'll get it right. But in about 2006, Apple went away from PowerPC to Intel, and then I bought my two computers in 2011, they were Intel computers. Now Apple's got their own silicon, and that's what my two new computers are. And it's going to take a while to get all the software installed on this new computer. But the story of why or what happened 10 years ago is that I bought my iMacs, which were both the iMac, which was the internet version of the Macintosh, and Mac being Macintosh, is now the only it's the only computer that is a main, desktop or caliber of a desktop computer that Apple makes. Although, their iPads are now coming in the Pro models to be powerful. They're becoming more powerful and probably approaching the power of a desktop, if not now, very shortly. And but the only Apple computers that ever, prior to the ones I bought, prior to the iMacs, there were things, or even maybe during that time, there were other computers that Apple made, other models. But the Mac is the Macintosh, and that's the main computer that Apple makes. Other than the iPhones, iPads, and all those things, which you might call them computers, but they're not really of the same level as a computer. So I bought my first Apple computers 10 years ago. They were the first ones I ever bought, and I bought two of them. And I'd been reading all the magazines like PC Magazine and Computer Shopper. I might have read some Macworld. I read, but I didn't own any Macs, so I couldn't read all the Macworld. But I read everything, all the ZDNet, whatever publications and everything that I could get my hands on. And I was running off some, laptops. I had an Acer laptop, and then I had a Fujitsu laptop. Then I got a Umax laptop, and then I got a Dell 8100. Dimension 8100. They were my computers that I had back in those days. But I was reading all the time about how great these new Apples were, not just the Macintosh, but the fact that they had other computers that weren't Macintosh, but they had this what you see is what you get interface where you could, whatever you saw on the screen, their printer would print it out exactly as you saw it on the screen. And that was something Apple did because they were very dedicated. They had Steve Wozniak and Steve Wozniak? Steve Jobs. I think it's Steve Wozniak as well. But anyway, Mr. Wozniak, whatever his first name is, he was the programmer who was so instrumental in developing these early Macintosh computers. Excuse me. So, yeah, that reminds me, my allergies are so much better since I learned about fasting. So I wanted to buy a Mac all this time when I was, years ago. I knew they were good. I was interested in buying one, but I thought it was a limitation. It was too big at that time of a limitation for me to buy a Macintosh computer because I would have to buy the Macintosh printer. I'd be limited. I wouldn't have a choice of printers, and I wouldn't have a choice of all the other hardware that you got with computers back then. It would have to be a Macintosh computer or a Macintosh hardware item. The accessories would be Macintosh, and therefore they'd be limited, and in terms of what was available, and they'd be probably pricey, if I recall. But so it took a long time. It took until 2011 before I was ready to buy a Macintosh computer. But at that point, they'd become mainstream enough, and these iMacs were like the finest computers ever made, as I was learning from all these online publications and magazines that I bought back then. Nowadays, the printer, I believe really, I seriously believe that the printer is obsolete and that the printing press is obsolete now. It's definitely, in my mind, it's obsolete. And people don't realize it yet. A lot of people, they haven't come to that realization at all. But it's definitely obsolete, although it will have a limited, application, of course, in many, parts of the world and many aspects of life. It's still going to be of some use. But it's a very limited use now, extremely. and it's so. I mean, it's not only obsolete, but it's almost. I mean, let's talk about that another time. But um, it's almost what's the word? Um, sad. To see people still using it when we have this wonderful technology in computers. It's just so much more advanced in the online and digital world. It's just so much more advanced, and it's advancing more. As I look at myself on this phenomenal display, I mean, I can't even think of all the things I want to say here, but I. The display that I bought 10 years ago with both of these iMacs, their 27-inch displays were phenomenal. This is a 16-inch display. This is incredible in quality, far exceeds the 27-inch display. It's just not in size. But the 27, but it has a lot of real estate. The screen here this is a bigger screen. It's enormously bigger. What am I saying here? Um, it's far bigger in terms of. Yeah. Yes, I got back to the camera. Um, this display it's by being 16 inches, it's almost as big as my 17-inch, of which I had two. One of which is now requires some kind of repair, I think. But I mean, I know it requires repair, or else it's got to be retired, one or the other. But I've got two NEC 17-inch monitors. What are they? The LCDs. Are they called LCDs? LCD 770s or something? And maybe something else at the end, like an DX or something. LCD 770 or something. But they're NECs, and then I have a Dell monitor that's 19-inch, and the Dell was the one that I got that as a free or package deal with the Dimension. I bought the Dell Dimension 8100 on Shopping Channel actually years ago. It's the only computer I ever bought, or the only thing I ever bought on Shopping Channel, I think. On television, when I saw that, I thought, well, that's too good a deal to pass up. So I bought it. It came with like a free monitor, sort of like it was a Dell monitor that came with it as a package. It was a great deal. 19-inch monitor, but I think it was still something like 1024 by 768. The same resolution as my Dell 17-inch monitors, I believe. But if anything, it would be slightly higher resolution if it were any different. But like it could be full high definition at 19. What is full high definition? 1920 by 1280, something like, I think. Yeah, because 3840 and 1920, I think that's what it is. I'm not sure about the last two digits of the 1920 though. But anyway, whatever it is, whatever that is. Well, we could divide it by 2. Maybe we get 960 to get 1920. That doesn't ring a bell though. So, but anyway, so the power of the Macintosh, yeah, the iMacs of 10 years ago were the best computers on the market. It looked like to me. They came with Thunderbolt, which was an Intel innovation, and Apple was the first one to have Thunderbolt on their computers before Microsoft did, or before Windows computers did. And the Thunderbolt interface was a great innovation. Of course, I used it all those 10 years, and still I'm using it now as an interface. And one of the things that I'm using now is the Thunderbolt cable to make a Thunderbolt bridge between my two new Apple Silicon, Apple Silicon computers. The Thunderbolt bridge that I'm making, because the adapter was the wrong type, or because you can't plug in Thunderbolt 2 to a Thunderbolt 3 port, you have to use the adapter that Apple. Well, the best ones are the ones that Apple makes, because they're bi-directional. So I've got, and they cost $50 each. So the cable is $50 also. The 6-foot long Apple Thunderbolt cable, which is Thunderbolt 1 and 2. It does either. They're different speeds, but it's compatible with both of them. So it's a $50 cable plus two $50 adapters. So the cable is $150 to connect these two computers, but it works at a higher speed. Let me see if it works right now. See if it's going to work right now at this higher speed. It doesn't always work, but I found, I may have found out how to do it, how to boot. The order of boot matters. Which computer you boot first makes a difference to whether it will function at the higher speed or not. But the other thing that I discovered was that the Thunderbolt 3 cable doesn't work. I tried 3 different Thunderbolt 3 cables from 3 different manufacturers, and those 3 cables all failed to give me the higher speed. They were giving me 30 megabytes per second, 30 megabytes per second instead of 800, 900, read speed, and 540 write speed, compared to 30 both ways, or either way, 30. I mean, that's like 20 times faster. I was getting 20 times the transfer. I am getting, not just was. I know I've got a password I got to type in here. We don't want that to be seen. I don't want this to be visible. So, what's that? Is it blocking it? Oh no, this will block it. Yeah, barely. Okay, if I put it here. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, I gotta type that. I gotta type the password in to get that connected. So now I'm connected, right? Okay. So I've just, that was, that beep, what was that beep? Let's find out what it was. That could have been another email coming in, because I don't think that beep means, yeah, it's another, they've just attempted delivery. That means that it's arrived. So some of my materials that were supposed to arrive 2 weeks, another week, 8 days from now, they were supposed to arrive. I was told they were going to arrive 8 days from now. They just arrived. Strange. Every time they say, unfortunately, there's a problem, that means it just arrived. Now, what I mean, they say they've attempted delivery, but there was a problem. That just means it arrived, but you haven't picked that up yet. But I've got this other one, which is saying, they're just confirming that they've shipped my other package here. So that's the last part of my package, I believe they've just shipped. Yeah, possibly, but maybe not. Maybe not. If they've completed this completes your order, right? Whereas this one, they've shipped them separately. It doesn't say it completes the order. So, yeah, I've got several shipments, but they said this completes your order. That's good to know they're saying that anyway. But it doesn't mean I'll have to verify that they're correct. But that's what they're saying. So that's great. And now I want to check the speed here on the Blackmagic disk test. So let's do that. I have that, actually. I have that video already, so I don't have to record this. I've got a video of this, but we could start a screen recording. I just don't want to do that, because then I have to worry about everything on the screen and all that. It's just. But I'm going to try the speed test. You don't have to see it, because I'm not going to lie about it. So I'll be telling the truth. It's just a question of doing the speed test. That's all. So here it is. We're going to do a speed test on this drive. It's one of my fast drives. It's a fast drive. It's an NVMe drive. So it's not only SSD, but it's NVMe, which is the fastest interface known to man, essentially, I think, right now. It's the fastest in the commercial world, in the consumer world anyway. The NVMe interface. That's not saying what the form factor is, but it's it is the NVMe interface. That's not a form factor, is it? NVMe just non-volatile memory express, and it uses PCI Express in this case. Whether it always does, I'm not sure, but there's different. And there's also there was the U2 form factor, right? And then there's the there are different form factors that it can come in. You can have it in the U2 is one of them, and that's going to be a U3. That it'll be U2 will be replaced by U3, and the U2 drives won't work with the U2 interface. If you buy a new enclosure that uses U3, they won't work with U2 drives. So you have to make sure you know what's compatible with what. But the U2 drives are pretty amazing, but the U3 drives are going to be backwards compatible with U2. And the U3 interfaces are going to be phenomenal because they're going to enable it. They're going to be compatible with SATA as well, I believe, as well as NVMe, and also they're going to be compatible with SAS. So they're going to, I mean, you can plug in any drive. It's what that says. You can be able to plug in anything and it will work because it will be able to detect that. So U3 is exciting. That's coming very soon. I'm going to, so here's the speed. Oh my goodness. It was over 500. Now it dropped to 450. But that's the first run. This is 650. So it is the high speed. Now it's up to 520. And this second run here might be higher. Yep, 768. So it's in the 800 ballpark. So, I mean, there's 534. It's gone up again. It's only 660, whatever, but I've seen it over 900 at different times. These speeds can vary, so that it's still of a fantastic speed. And that's the speed I want to see over my Thunderbolt bridge between my two computers, so I can share my, well, I was accessing right there. I was testing over that Thunderbolt bridge. I'm testing the speed of my SSD drive, which is capable of 2,500 megabytes per second when you access it over the Thunderbolt, not the bridge, but over the Thunderbolt bus directly on the M1 Mac Mini. On the Mac Mini, which it's connected to the Mac Mini, so it's going to run faster in that direct connection over the Thunderbolt. And it's 2,500 megabytes per second up to that, whereas here it's up to 900, which is a lot lower, but it's still pretty fantastic considering it's, a connection between two computers. It's just I mean, I'm excited about it because I've never had that kind of speed ever between two, even with my USB drives, for example, I can't get that speed. No matter, I mean, my USB drives that were SSD drives in a dock, they were like, should have been able to get 500 or so megabytes per second, and I only ever got 300 megabytes per second because I was going through Thunderbolt 2, and then that was converted into USB 3.0 that was being used by the dock, or even 3.1. It didn't matter. I couldn't get more than, so even if the dock was capable of 10 gigabits per second, it still couldn't get, which would be close to 900 or something megabytes per second. Even if the drive and dock were capable, it wasn't going to get that because it was limited. It was limited by the conversion and the interface. But the fastest drives I had were only the 500 megabyte per second SSDs that were SATA 3 SSDs, which is 6 gigabits per second. And those SATA 3 drives were only giving me 300 instead of 500. So I knew there was I didn't know then. I didn't know for sure why that was. But I guess I was disappointed at first, but then I got used to that speed. Now I'm very excited about 900. Anyway, I'll say that, to be able to connect. I'm connecting, indirectly to those and getting 900. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's thrilling because I can access all my drives. Well, can I? Yeah, because I don't need to. I mean, I'm not sure I can access all my drives, but I don't have to. I can transfer my data from this drive onto, I've got 3 drives that I can access that are all NVMe, very fast drives, so I can make multiple copies if I want, I can transfer to one drive and then use my KVM switch, which is just here. Click, and that switches me over here, and I'm now on my other monitor using my M1 Mac Mini that was released last year, but I bought it this year. I mean, it was the model. The model was released. The this version of the Mac Mini was released in 2020, and I waited almost a whole year before I bought one because I wasn't sure if it was right yet. But then when I did make the move, I decided that, and then when this came out, the M1 Max, I thought I have to go with. I wanted to buy two computers, but then I thought, so I want to get my two computers before I change my mind. But I suppose because I still have two iMacs that work in the studio, I probably didn't need to buy two computers right now. But I think it's the best thing, because this way I think progress is always required. I mean, we need to consider always. We need to keep progressing. We can't just say, "Oh, okay, I bought a computer 10 years ago. I'll buy one now." And or I bought two computers 10 years ago. Even that's not enough. If I buy two new computers now, I don't think that's enough. I have to progress. So I have to be running more monitors, or I have to be. Well, I've got four computers now, so I mean I am progressing. But I mean I don't think it's enough to be static. We have to progress. So if I bought two computers 10 years ago, buying two computers now isn't enough. I have to buy something extra good now to make sure I'm progressing. And in a way, this new M1 Max laptop is the MacBook Pro 16-inch is the fantastic computer. 10 years ago, when I bought my iMacs, when I was moving to Macintosh, Apple, for the first time, I didn't buy any other computers other than my iPad and my iPhone since then until now, and I'm buying two more. Back then, I paid $5,000. When I bought those, okay, I was getting two 27-inch monitors, right? And they did have a camera, but the camera that's built into this MacBook Pro is far superior to that camera. I mean, I'm going to use this camera all the time. It's so great. But the screen, the display here is far better than the iMac displays, as good as they are, and they are good. They're extremely good. But these are liquid Retina displays, which are just incredible. They have HDR too, which is, I just can't imagine what it's going to be like when we start getting HDR, becoming more standard. The future it's so exciting. But this laptop has been, in the few days that I've had it, it's been phenomenal. But I still have a lot of software to install, probably. Eventually, I'm doing all my DaVinci editing on my M1 Mac Mini because I've got DaVinci on there, installed on there. I was going to do it in the studio, but now that I brought it out for my main computer, I was doing it in the studio. But I couldn't do DaVinci on my daily iMac because it only had 500 megabytes. It couldn't really do. You couldn't even display a video playing in real time. I'd have to, no matter what I did, it was like jittery. It was just missing missing frames is not the right term. It was actually displaying some frames, not missing some frames. It was missing so many frames that you couldn't actually see what was being shown. But until you'd have to actually. You couldn't tell if your audio was synchronized. It was that terrible. You couldn't see that. You'd have to actually render it to find out whether the audio was synchronized. Then you could see, oh yeah, that's synchronized. But anyway, or not. But that's just not a good idea to have. It's not good enough to edit on. But I could edit on my other one if I wanted to. I think I was going to be able to. Did I? I can't remember if I ever installed DaVinci on the other one. I think I would have been able to edit on that one at least somewhat better because it had double the VRAM. But the M1 Mac Mini has a whole different unified memory, and it's I think the one I got. I got the bare minimum. It's like 8 gigabytes of memory, I think, is the bare minimum. But I got all of the bare minimum of everything with my Mac Mini. With the M1 Max, I don't have the maximum of everything because I believe in getting the smallest hard drive or SSD possible. That's important that I do that because I use a lot of external drives. I don't store anything. I don't store any data really on my internal drive ever. I mean, the only things that are there are the things that are needed to be there, like the applications and things like that. And I don't know if I mentioned this yet on the videos that have survived my attempts to record in the past several days, but I lost my train of thought. What was I saying about the? Oh, I use external drives, yeah, and of course I do install. I always get the minimum size internal drive, but I do. Yeah, I know what I was going to say now. I got my thought back. That is that all the programs, on Mac computers, on the Apple computers, you don't install like you do on Microsoft computers, on Windows computers. You don't have the problem of the registry and all that stuff. It's just not like that. You don't end up with that. You can use a program called App Cleaner if you want to remove a program, and it will remove all the associated stuff as well. Automatically, it shows you what it's going to remove, and then you can just remove it. But there's never any registry stuff. And you can, not only that, you can always copy these applications to another Mac, and it will run on that Mac as long as it's compatible. Like for example. But even if it's not, even the Intel programs will run on Apple Silicon because they've got Rosetta 2. They now have Rosetta 2. Years ago, I don't think I mentioned this yet because I didn't start the video recording at that point, but I was talking about it today about when Apple went from PowerPC to Intel in 2006, and then 2011, I was still using Rosetta to help me translate a program that was written for PowerPC so I could use it on my Intel computer. So Apple had a free program called Rosetta back then, and nowadays they have Rosetta 2, which is helping the transition from Intel to Apple Silicon so that the Intel programs will run on the Apple Silicon. And so you don't even have to worry about that. And they run better. They run faster on the Apple. I mean, with this Rosetta, the speed at which these programs run, in many cases, is so good that there's no real urgency to get the native Apple Silicon version of the program because they run so fast. So they run. Now, that's not true of all the programs. They don't all work really great. And let's not mention names, I guess, but I'm not using any of these programs that will. I'm actually running nothing that is Intel. I'm running Universal and Apple Silicon only at this point. Is that true? That's hard to believe, but that's what I'm attempting to do. But I've succeeded at doing it also, up till now. Is waiting for the Apple Silicon. But I don't want to get off track too much about what we're talking about, where the programs of the Mac OS are transferable from computer to computer. You can just copy the program from Applications folder. You can do an AirDrop between computers. That's a feature that Apple has. Wirelessly drop it, and it will just transfer to the other computer. And it comes to your download directory, and then you copy it to your Applications folder, and it runs. So, I mean, these are really, really convenient things that are some of the advantages of Mac OS. It's the best operating system in the world. And, I mean, best consumer operating system in the world, anyway. And it's because of security, reliability. I've never had a Mac OS fail to boot ever in my life. Now, occasionally you can get malfunctions where the computer crashes because a cosmic ray will come in. Maybe that's causing. We don't know when cosmic rays come and when they don't come. We're not detecting them other than to say our computer crashed or something. because a cosmic ray can change a 0 to a 1 in the computer, which can totally change what the meaning of everything is, and that can crash a computer. Um, I mean, we can go way down that path and talk about that whole thing, but I haven't researched that specifically recently. But I mean, I've heard about that recently. So cosmic rays are one of the reasons why we get computer crashes. I think that that's one of the main reasons why it happens on Apple computers. But there a lot of new glitches happen because there's a new system coming, and they're not cosmic ray problems. But these are problems like I've had problems with the speed of my Thunderbolt bridge. I've had problems with my USB speeds on the new M1 Mac Mini. I noticed it, and I had to buy a Thunderbolt dock, which had its own converters, so it could restore that 20% loss in the USB speed. I mean, there are issues. There are definitely, and there's glitches. I've had crashes when connecting the Thunderbolt bridge or when trying to get an SSD connected, and I unplugged it because it didn't mount the first time. Unplugging it will crash my M1 Mac Mini Mac OS. So yeah, I'm running Big Sur on the M1 Mac Mini. I'm running Monterey, the new operating system. So, and that's version 11, and this is version 12 of Mac OS. So they're new to me because up till then, my old computers could only run High Sierra, which was OS 10, Mac OS 10, and that was version 13. Then when they went 14, which was I think Mojave, 15 was Catalina, and after Catalina was going to be 16, but it went to OS 11, I believe, after Catalina, and that was Big Sur, which I'm running on the M1 Mac Mini. And then after Big Sur, they went immediately with the M1, because of course it's also a whole new processor, the M1 Max, and there's the M1 Pro and the M1 Max. I got the M1 Max. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. But it's running Monterey, the newest version 12. So 10, 11, 12 is what I've now got running in my house here. But version, Monterey, what I was going to talk about, the operating system, was I? No, it wasn't that. I lost my thought again. But yeah, there's so many things to talk about. Oh yeah, I want to talk about the M1 Max. Oh yeah, the M1 Pro and M1 Max. That's right. I want to talk about what I got. I got the M1 Max, the 16-inch monitor, and I got the minimum size hard drive, okay? Because I use external drives, I don't want to have any data on the internal drive because it wears it out, and I've already had one drive failure since I bought my first iMacs, and that was an old spinning disk, of course, and they were liable to fail. They were, there was a defect in those particular drives, a manufacturing defect, and that's what caused these things to fail, as well as the fact that I didn't have the cooling working properly. But they were known to have defects in the particular drives that came with those iMacs. But that was the only thing wrong. Well, no, also my DVD player failed in my daily iMac too. I didn't use it much, but it failed also. So I mean, a couple of things failed, but it was still the best computer I ever owned, and it's still running and working now fine through a Sonnet Echo 15 Plus Thunderbolt dock. It's a Thunderbolt 2 dock, and I only have Thunderbolt 1, but that dock is capable of Thunderbolt 2 speeds. So if I ever connect it, that's right, if I ever connect it to using the adapter to this computer, to one of these computers, it will work at Thunderbolt 2 speeds instead of Thunderbolt 1. That should improve my ability to connect things. But I have to keep it connected to my iMac because it can't boot without it unless I get another external drive I can boot, or another enclosure I can. Maybe it's bootable. Just occurred to me. Maybe I can boot it through my other external enclosure that I have. Yeah, it might boot, and then I don't need anything else. But then I'd have to connect any other of my. Well, I wouldn't be able to connect USB devices though if I don't have the Sonnet dock. So I need a dock of some kind, I could replace that dock with a Thunderbolt 1 dock, maybe. Um, I don't. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like a prospect. But it's capable of faster speeds than what my iMacs are. That's the thing. They're only capable of Thunderbolt 1. I bought the Thunderbolt 2 dock, thinking that at some point, it would be they're compatible with each other. But I thought at some point the Thunderbolt 2 speed would be available to me. Possibly, that I'd have a Thunderbolt 2 computer capability or something. But um, uh, I need to keep learning, about what decisions I made and how I can learn from those decisions to make better decisions in the future. But when I bought this computer, this laptop, I bought the minimum size hard drive, and the other thing I got that was not maximized was the GPU, um, the graphics processor. I got 24 gigabytes instead of 32, so it's not fully maximized. And I believe the idea of not using, to me, actually the minimum was 500 gigabytes for the hard drive for the SSD on this one. But the SSD on the Mac Mini, the minimum was 256, and I got the minimum on both. But I'm never going to use even the minimum, because the operating system on the M1 Max when I got it was only using 31 gigabytes. I'm not going to need 500. So even though the 500 isn't what you really get, you only get 400 and something, I think. But 490 or 490 something, I think, is what the maximum is by the time all is, I mean, some of it is provisioned for, whatever, for backup in case as it wears out, you need to have over provisioning or something. It's either over provisioned or it's maybe this one is under provisioned and they use up some of what they're saying they don't have. But it's the same with the other one out there. The 256 wasn't what it had. It had 240 something instead of 256. It's nominally 256, just like this one's nominally 512, but it's actually 490 something, I think, gigabytes. So, but I'm never going to use anything close to that. I don't care about those numbers, other than I'm going to keep everything to a minimum. Like I had to install Xcode, which is going to take up a lot of space. But I'm using Xcode because I need to run the Android emulator. And that's because I need to, my garbage collection program uses that, and because they don't have a version for iOS, which is the Apple system. They have the Android version, which is why I'm running Android emulator, and also my JW library, which is my Bible research program. It comes. I have both the iOS versions of both of those, as well as the Android versions installed in the Android emulator, using a simulation of a Pixel 4 phone. And all of that I've done using Xcode, which is a free Apple program that takes up a lot of memory. But I mean, it's not trivial to install these things. I had to do a lot of research to find out about Android emulator. But if I could get BlueStacks, which will eventually be Apple, I could get the regular BlueStacks and use it using, right now I believe I could use it using Rosetta, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to use, if you use Rosetta, I believe somebody said something about using Rosetta that it uses more maybe it does more swapping or something on your SSD. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do it for whatever reason. I'd rather run the native apps up until, because I don't need to. So far I don't need to. So I guess I'm not actually a purist. I'm a fast adopter of technology, okay, but I'm a slow adopter of a lot of compromises. I'm very slow at adopting compromises to any technology. Like I'll try to stick with the uncompromised view as long as I can, until someone convinces me otherwise. Which it easily happens. Like What's an example of that? Um, I'm trying to think of a good example. Somebody opened my eyes the other day. Oh yeah, somebody opened my eyes to 3D printing again. I mean, I've been wanting 3D printers ever since I first heard about them. But then after a little while of once I found out how expensive they were and how they don't work that great, or or that they don't always work exactly. You have to. It's expensive. I know what it was. I found out they take a lot of time to successfully print something. It can take enormous amounts of time. So I'd say, well, I forget that. But if somebody, I mean, I'm a fast adopter. I love the idea, but then I'm a slow adopter because I don't want to. I don't want to, to use up a lot of my time on a new technology that doesn't even work very well. But on the other hand, somebody can convince me then. Like I learned again about not just 3D printing, but 3D simulation or replication. You don't have to print anything to replicate it. You can replicate it and have models of it in 3D on your computer. But ultimately, to benefit from that to the max, or, to the greatest degree possible, you have to have a 3D printer, obviously. But that's going to be really, I know it's going to be the way of the future. It has to be. It's really a fantastic technology. But, you can do 3D modeling is pretty powerful, or 3D replication just by taking photos, like it's called, I mean, the conversion is called photogrammetry, where you take digital photos from different angles and then you put them all, upload them into a program, and that program will convert that to a 3D image. And then you can have that as a model on your computer. You could make it available, I suppose, on the internet so people could see what you're showing in 3D. So I could show maybe my design, any design in 3D that I wanted, maybe. And now that brings me to a fascinating topic. How many hours have I got here? How many minutes? What have we got? We're up to 47 minutes, looks like. So we're coming along famously. But the design idea, I want to get into that because I'm thinking about designing a console for I need to design. I want to talk about ergonomics and design because I hear people online, I see them online complaining about things, when actually they are the ones who need to do their own design. Some design work has to be done by the consumer. Like, you don't just buy a computer and then stick it anywhere and then expect it to work ergonomically. If you don't set it up right, if it's at the wrong height, it could hurt your neck. If you don't have a keyboard that's at the right height, you could, or if it's not, at the right angle, you might get carpal tunnel syndrome, or I mean, ergonomics. But it's as simple. It's not even just. It's not even that complicated. I mean, it could be something as simple as, my glass of water here, I can't. It's blocking my monitor. Something like that. You know what I mean? This thing looks dirty, but that's all solid scale from the water, minerals in the water, I think. But these I needed that water. Um, I've been eating salty things all day, and I haven't, like potato chips and chocolate and what else? I don't know. I want to make something. That's right. I want to go and make my tea, so I want to demonstrate that at some point. But this idea of people complain about, well, I saw people complaining. I couldn't believe this, how they complain about the. Now, I guess in general, yeah, I just said today, nobody ever complains. The only guy I ever hear complaining is the guy who complains about people who complain. But then I thought, well, that's not true. Just now, I just realized there are people who complain, and many of them complain about the new computers, that the computer doesn't have the power port on the right side. It needs to be on the right side, not the left, for them. So they're complaining because it's on the wrong side. But that to me that's it kind of gets me. I'm disappointed in those people, I guess, but I'm almost angry with that kind of way of thinking because um, I used to be that way, but I mean I've learned. No, I definitely used to be that way, but well, not that I'd actually tell someone I was disappointed it was on the wrong side. I mean, not publicly. I wouldn't go out and publicly proclaim that they put the port on the wrong side because that doesn't make sense. Because how can they know that you want it on the left instead of on the right? That wouldn't make any sense to complain about that, would it? But this person, some people complain about that sort of thing. They think that's going to do good. They actually believe, do they, that Apple is going to do better in the future because they're complaining about that? Is that, I mean, I can't understand that. But people complain about that sort of thing, which is really their responsibility. I mean, if you don't want to buy the computer, don't buy it, but don't complain about it after you bought it, when you could find out that which side it was on before you buy it, and surely they knew which side it was on before they bought it, did they not? If they didn't, then what on earth are they complaining about it for? I mean, they have to find out which side it's on before they buy it, and then not buy it if that's important enough to them to warrant them not buying it. I mean, but something like that, I mean, surely they can provide power. It's the consumer's responsibility to make sure they have power on the proper, on whichever side it's required. You know, if it's required to be on one side, you have to get an extension cord or whatever you need to make sure the power can be provided on that side. I mean, that is the user responsibility. That's the consumer's responsibility to be a designer of sorts. We all are designers of our own systems, plural, whatever systems we use, we have to design those systems. Apple designs the computer. That's not the system. Are you telling me you're not going to connect it to anything ever? I mean, you're going to connect it to a modem or nowadays whatever, Wi-Fi, and to the internet, or Ethernet and the internet. You're going to connect it to something. But maybe if you're not, then you still then. Yeah, even if you're not going to do that, you still have to design the workspace where it's going to be situated. You can't have it in a workspace where it's going to have, liquid spilled on it and all this kind of thing. Like, for example, well, right now I just realized I'm drinking water here, and I shouldn't be. But I've had water here for a long time with my keyboard right here, and I'm used to it. But that's I'm going to be putting that water. I'm going to be putting a keyboard protector on this computer, I think, and I might move my water somewhere else as soon as I feel like it's going to be a hazard, which will be soon, if I don't move it. But I mean, these are all aspects of design where you decide where you're going to keep everything in your house, so you don't trip over anything, so you don't bang into things. If I keep my calculator over here, I notice that I can, when I lift it up, I can bang it on the lamp. Right here, this lamp. So, that's one thing that I have to be aware of. But I just have to learn to take it out this way instead of lifting it up, or something. But these are elements of ergonomics that have to be considered. Or I should move the lamp somewhere else, really, ideally. But if I can't do that, then I have to move the calculator somewhere else. I could put it. Even if I put it there, it's a problem. So I don't know where. I could put it in here. That's probably as good a place as any. Maybe, but it used to be under here, but now I've got my vitamin B12 here. Speaking of which, I should take one of my vitamin B12s. Oh, that's a small fraction. What happened? That's one that broke. I take about half of a tablet of the sublingual. That's that's a quarter of a tablet, I think. But the other one broke. This one broke off, and they were 5,000 milligrams. I think a tablet was 5,000, so I'd be getting 2,500 if I took half of a tablet of vitamin B12. I think it's methylcobalamin is the form. It's from Natural Factors, the one I use. But B12 is a very important vitamin, especially if you don't eat a lot of meat. It's very important. vegetarians need to know that, but that B12 is a very likely a deficiency in the case of anyone who doesn't eat meat. Um, because you can't get B12 at all in any vegetable. It just doesn't occur in any vegetable. So B12 is a supplement that all vegetarians need to be aware of as a vital, need that they have in their body somehow to get B12, because they're not going to get it from vegetable sources. Yeah, so that's what the experts are saying. That's what everybody says. I mean, I don't know I've never heard a vegetarian ever mention B12. I don't know what they actually do, but it's a serious problem, I believe. As we get older, most people are deficient in B12, it seems to me, as we get older. Just like it's the same with calcium, as I wrote about. And calcium requires vitamin D, and then it also requires magnesium and boron. But then there's the vitamin K2, which is the calcium vitamin, and that is the most important vitamin that no one's ever even heard of, practically. And yet that's the most important calcium cofactor. It's the calcium vitamin, vitamin K2, not K1, which is the vitamin K in the greens, which is a very good vitamin, but not as powerful as K2. K2 is the only vitamin that can take calcium out of the joints and put it in the bones, and it's like it almost has an intelligence of its own or something. Vitamin K2 is like, it's beneficial for improving circulation, but it's because it works with calcium. It does everything in the body that you could ever imagine, practically, because calcium does everything, and it's the calcium vitamin K2, and it's in your body for 72 days. Hours. 3 days. 72 hours of when you take whatever amount you take of vitamin K2, and it's non-toxic as far as we know. So there's no real recommended dosage. You can take as much of it as you want because it's zero toxicity as far as we know. It's not like any other vitamin. So it's the only vitamin that I know of that has zero known toxicity. That doesn't mean you can't be allergic or you couldn't die, maybe. You got to be careful with everything, but it's just the most amazing vitamin. It's in your blood or your body for 72 hours after you take it, whereas K1 is only there for, 8 hours or something. It's not the same at all. And K2 that's right. All the different chains, different lengths of chain, like MK13 would be 13 long or something, whereas MK7, the different molecule chain lengths for vitamin K2. And MK reminds me that it's a menaquinone, whereas for K2, the molecule is a menaquinone, whereas in vitamin K1, it's a phyloquinone. They're different molecule forms. And the Canadian naturopathic doctor, Dr. Kate Rayon-Bleu, is the expert on vitamin K2. So I've sort of said everything about that I can say. But K2 is known to the experts. It's known, but to many doctors even, it's not even known. People need to be aware of it because it's absolutely life-changing vitamin. Enormous benefits from just adding that to your calcium, whatever calcium you're taking. And also, vitamin K2 doesn't work without vitamin D at all. It's useless. So you always take it with vitamin D. You can take and if you take vitamin D without K2, you can die, basically, because it causes heart problems, all sorts of things, without K2. So K2 is absolutely life-changing, and when you take K2 and vitamin D and calcium and magnesium, and probably you need boron because it's needed for bone formation. When you take all those things together, the number of problems is way fewer. That's what people need to know that. And preferably you get these things from food and not from supplements, always. It's always preferable to get them from food or from natural source like the sunshine for vitamin D. But I don't think we get enough of anything from natural sources for, I mean, unless we're out in the sun all day, which we can't be without being, exposed to other risks from excessive exposure to the sun, then we're going to have to get, we're going to have to get it in our food, but we're going to have to get it from supplements, probably in some cases. I think undoubtedly it's going to have to come from supplements. What happened here? Yeah, I just need to click this on again. If I go back and forth. Oh. Yeah, I'm just using my KVM switch. So I've got these computers hooked up to a KVM switch, so I can switch between computers very quickly within a few seconds. And that allows me to use the same keyboard and the same mouse with with either computer, with either my new laptop or my new M1 Mac Mini. And I just learned about the KVM switch very recently. So there's an example of something I've known about for many years. I wanted a KVM switch, but I could never make the move and pull the trigger, so to speak, and buy it. I could never pull that trigger, because I always thought, well, maybe it won't work, or I never had two computers at the same time in the same room either. Never, I never had the problem of saying, well, I don't have room for two keyboards. But even if you had two keyboards, that's a great example of ergonomics, okay? A KVM switch in designing your system. If you have two computers and you need two keyboards, that means you're going to have to type here and then type here. If I want to type on the laptop, I got to type over here, and that's going to, it's much further from my body. I can't rest my arms on anything. That's going to tire me out, maybe hurt my back. Whereas I can rest my arms on the table here on this, maybe you can see that, right? Yeah. I can rest my arms right here on the table, on this table, when I'm using my standard Windows. This is a standard Windows keyboard, so I have nothing against Windows keyboards. They're better because the backspace and delete key are superior, in my opinion, to the Apple system of and delete works on a Mac. That's people don't realize. People who are just itching to make the switch over to Macintosh, but they don't have enough confidence to know everything will work. Well, you can make a conversion. I've converted for example, the Windows keyboard has a Windows menu key. In some cases, some Windows keyboards don't have the right-hand Windows key. The right-hand Windows key. They have a left-hand Windows key, but not a right-hand Windows key. Now, Mac computers have a command key on both sides, and the command on the Mac is the same as Windows on the Windows computer. So if you want to use a Windows keyboard with a Mac computer, the Windows key will work, but the menu key on the Windows keyboard is useless on a Mac. So what I found out about was you can put a little program in a little file with instructions, or you can either put it in your launch agents directory, which I do, because then every time you boot it just happens automatically, or you can remap in terminal, in Mac OS terminal. You can remap. There's a command you can give it. Oh, I just did something. Is that going to permanently? It's permanently highlighted that now. What's going on? Okay, I'll just go switch here. There we go. Yeah, you can either you can remap. You can remap your system so that it. Let's get rid of this photo booth. Photo booth. I lost 4 hours of video yesterday because of using photo booth. So I didn't just delete it. I just dropped it out of my dock so it doesn't stay there. So it'll be in my applications folder if I want it. But you can remap your keys so that there's a simple command you can use that you just have to know the correct command codes for the different keys. I can remap the Windows menu key to be the same as a Windows key or a command key on a Mac. So then on a Windows keyboard that only has a left-hand Windows key and a right-hand menu key, those two keys can become the same thing on a Mac by doing that remap. And I've got a video where I show that too on my channel on YouTube. So on my personal channel, not my Outward Films channel, but the Ward Green channel. But I can use one hand using the Windows menu key and the plus and minus, and I can resize the window that way, just like you would with Command plus and minus on a Mac. So using the Windows menu key is important for those keyboards that only have a menus key on the right-hand side of the keyboard, because without remapping it, you'd have to use two hands to do that. So it's very possible, and that's a very easy thing to learn. Well, especially because I show the explicit command in my video too. But you can Google it and find it by other means as well. At least the method. But finding out what the key, the problem is finding the actual key codes. It's not easy necessarily to do that, which is why I produced the video. So, and what's the name of the video? What's the name of the video? You see? Oh, I don't have it. Yeah, it's on my webpage. But to do that, see, that's the inconvenience. It's not instantaneous. Slightly inconvenient to switch over to my other computer, but not really very much. Now I can look at what it's called. It's called Keyboard Remap for M1 Mac Mini. Ward Green, August 24th, 2021. So that I can keep my mouse on this other computer now. I don't even need it on my M1 Macs for now. So I can keep the mouse working on the Mac Mini. I might as well for now. But the KVM switch is a great example of designing your own system, because if you imagine having two keyboards for two computers, then they won't be in the same place exactly, right? So therefore they won't be, you have to move to get to the other keyboard, and that might not work if the place you move to doesn't have a place for a separate monitor, or if you don't have money for two monitors, you want to share the monitor too maybe, or you want to have you want to switch to the other computer. You can't, the KVM switch won't switch, it won't share the monitors unless you get a KVM switch that does that. And mine doesn't share the monitors. But you have to think about, okay, in the case where you're not sharing the monitors, you have to think about where that second monitor is going to go. You have to, and that all of this takes design. All of computer system design, I've been doing it ever since I first had a computer. I've been doing it ever since I first had a laptop. I've always had problems with, well, I mean, I was always aware that it was a problem, designing the tabletop, arrangement of everything to make everything convenient it's always an issue. You have to have a table big enough. All the things, or some things have to be kept maybe on the floor, like with the Dell Dimension. There's a big tower. You kept the tower on the floor, you ran your keyboard on the table, or you need a computer keyboard shelf. Now I'm thinking of designing a console in the other room. For that, I might want to have a keyboard built into the console for the computer. Keyboard shelf. So, I mean, I have to think about that. I've got all kinds of keyboard, no, not keyboard, but I mean drawer shelf. I've got drawer slides. I've got several different kinds of slides I could use for building that. Well, you can always make your own slides too. It could be made out of wood, but you could just have a piece of wood sliding in two other pieces of wood. And if they're hardwoods, they could be quite adequate to slide in and out. It might wear out over many years, but you can lubricate it with paraffin wax. You can do your own slides. You don't have to have ball bearings, but there are lots of, well, nowadays everything is affordable. It's made in China. It's probably affordable somewhere in North America. So there's no reason not to have anything you want like ball bearings, for example. But I bought these slides years ago when they weren't so cheap, probably, or well, maybe the price hasn't gone down that much for some of these things. I don't know, but I suspect it has. I suspect it has. But yeah, the world is changing in so many ways, as one of my songs goes. But it's true though. Nowadays, it's changing. It has changed, but it is changing still at a phenomenal rate. Um, Not just due to technology, but due to the amazing labor force of China. It's and Taiwan. Taiwan and China, of course, as I just was reminded the other day, they're completely different places. Taiwan and China, not the same place. But China's starting to become competitive with Taiwan, and that's going to be worrisome maybe for Taiwan because Taiwan's been such a leader in semiconductors. And well, they're the manufacturer for Apple. I mean, right now, and Apple's a huge. Well, Apple's they say is the wealthiest company in the world. I find that hard to believe because if that's true, that means if it's true, it means Apple is immensely wealthy. I know that. And I mean, Apple has always produced, and Apple's going to produce a car at some point. They're saying. And also, they're going to produce eyeglasses, which I think that's. I mean, they have the Apple Watch, but I'm thinking that the Apple Watch is not going to be. It's going to be very useful, but I don't think it's going to revolutionize the world. I mean, it's too small, right? I mean, that's what I think. It's too small of a display, unless you can press a button and it can pop up a big holographic display. Maybe then, yeah. Maybe then, but even then, you can press the button, just tap it once, and it pops a big display up. As long as you can control it somehow with your hand movements or something, and do what you need to do, then a watch could be, powerful. But I think glasses have the capability, which to do this on a far higher, level of sophistication because. You're already wearing the glass. Let's say you're already wearing glasses in the case of a person like me who needs prescription glasses, and I don't want to wear anything in my eyes or I don't want to have laser surgery. I'm already wearing glasses. All you have to do, and not only that, I won't have to wear lenses anymore because Apple's already patented the process by which vision can be corrected using the electronic interface of the computer screen. It can correct your vision. The cameras built into the eyeglasses can go out. The cameras can detect what's there, and this same pair of eyeglasses can detect your eye what prescription that you need. The prescription of your eyes can be detected automatically by the device. And that's what Apple's patented, the ability to correct defective human vision using a computer, hardware, software device, which you'd be wearing on your face in the form of glasses. And that's what they're kind of going to come out with, and probably sooner rather than later they're going to come out with that. Now, the initial glasses they come out with, they might not correct the vision automatically initially, but I would imagine it'll be soon to follow. They might need to, do something first to get the first version of this operating system started or something to get it, what's the word? Premiered, or to get it introduced to the market and to the consumers so that they can test out certain things, find out how it should best work before they attempt to do this automatic vision correction. But I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out faster than we think. But I think they're saying maybe they're expecting it in 2023 or something like that. As soon as that, which is only a year away almost now. About a year away or a little more, but That's how soon it could be available, and that could even include vision correction. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I mean, I'd be amazed, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, but I would be astounded. That's the word. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be astounded if it comes out. You know, and it's like a lot of the things I've talked about the early adoption with the KVM. I wanted KVM switches for a long time, but I never had two keyboards or two computers that needed keyboards separately. I never had the situation where a KVM switch would be useful until I got my second computer for the studio, and I needed a keyboard to run that computer. The M1 Mac Mini never worked with Bluetooth right from day one. Uh, so when I got it, I couldn't boot it. I couldn't boot the system because I couldn't log in without a keyboard, unless I. But fortunately, I did have my own keyboard, but I had to drag it out from here into that room to actually boot. So I immediately ordered another keyboard because the second keyboard that I had was not functional with the plug being incompatible. Even though I ordered the adapter, the first order I made on the adapter was wrong. Even it had the right plug, but it was incompatible with the hardware. Apparently, it didn't work. I had to order another one that was compatible. And now I have a spare keyboard plus the two keyboards I'm using, and one in each room with the KVM switch to control two computers in each room. But I'm glad I'm not using Bluetooth. I mean, I think it was very inconvenient when I first bought a computer to not be able to boot the computer without dragging my keyboard from here. And, you know, I'd have to unsnake the wire. You know, I mean, it was very inconvenient to drag this keyboard out every time I want to boot that computer until I got that. But I shortly, in a few days, I got my you know, Amazon ordered keyboard, my Windows keyboard out there, which was backlit, and but it cost about or a little over $100 just to get the keyboard. Now let's come back to price to do with the computers. 10 years ago, I spent, you know, I mean, $100 was that's a cheap keyboard. That's not expensive, but that keyboard that I bought for that, we're going to come to the price here of the computers. But that keyboard that I bought was a Logitech, but I bought the expensive switches. I didn't buy the cheap ones. I bought the really good ones. So, I mean, and I don't think the price was jacked up too much by that. But yeah, I think it raised the price to buy those expensive switches. But that keyboard should last for, you know, as long as the one I've had here, which this one I've had ever since I had the Dell, I think. Well, the Dell keyboard is out there, actually. This is a Microsoft keyboard, but I think I got it and used it with the Dell computer before I ever got. I think so, because I didn't like the Dell keyboard all that much. It's just not a. It was a very, you know, inexpensive or not a bad computer, not a bad keyboard, but not as good as this one. So it's a great backup keyboard anyway, because it'll always work if you need a keyboard. But the one I got out there, the new one, the Logitech, is backlit, but it doesn't have a Windows key on the right-hand side, and I didn't know that when I bought it, but I was able to do the keyboard mapping, like I said, which is very important so you can do one-handed resizing. And that's just such a common thing. You need to resize all the time with Windows and text and all this kind of thing. At least, especially as your eyes get older, you need to be able to do that. But I mean, I think younger people can benefit from it immensely as well, I believe, because you know, not every page is legible at the size it first comes up on these, especially as you get higher resolution screens too. Like I said, yeah. So let's compare what I bought 10 years ago compared to what I bought now, and see and consider the design elements of ergonomics and engineering and what the studio design might need to be in the future as well. In my case, just because I'm aware, I'm at that point where I become aware that I need to do that. And in the past, I've done these design things. I've designed a console in the past, but I was never aware of the particulars of doing this to the same extent as I am now. How can I rotate that? Is it possible to get rid of that? Let's see. Move it that way. Oh yeah, perfect. That would be good, wouldn't it? If I just, why don't I bring it over there? I never thought of that. That might alleviate the problem of lifting something up. I wonder. That might be better, but it's certainly better for the camera to not have it on screen or in the field of view. So that's great. So I mean, I like to visit this problem of design because, and the reason why is just explained. It was for the reason I just gave, for the reason that's associated with what I was talking about just a little earlier, which is because people complain about their computers not having the ports in the right place, and they're not aware of their own responsibility to do their own design of the system, their computer system. Their ergonomics has to be designed in-house. They have to do their own work. Each of us has to do our own design work. We can't just, we have to snake the cables somewhere. We can't just, I've got a rat's nest behind me here, behind this. It's going to, it's a lot of cables behind there. And I have to figure out how much I need to organize that, whether I need to put these cables, in bunches. For example, you don't run power cables near to data cables if you can avoid it, because there's capacitive pickup between the two cables that they can interfere. If you run a power cable right along a data cable and it's not shielded well enough, or even if it is, it still can cause an issue that wouldn't happen if you keep them separate or only cross them like this at right angles. If you only cross it at right angles, it's never going to be as much of an effect between the two signals, or power versus signal, as it will be if they're parallel. So parallel is a worse situation for capacitive pickup, for example. That's just one example. But that's a design example of how a consumer can design their system. They can make sure their power cable crosses their data cable at a right angle, if they ever have to be close. If they don't have to be close, better to have them cross at right angles and be far away as well. That's the best situation. But that's an example of, that's not necessarily ergonomics, but I think it is ergonomics, but it's not as obvious. But it's a design. It's an engineering design element for which everybody is responsible when they actually use their system. If they have any knowledge about it, then they're responsible. So, with how much did I pay for my original system? I paid $4,500 for two. They were about $2,200 each of the iMacs 10 years ago. Like I said, they were the most powerful computer on the market essentially at that time, and they had Thunderbolt for the first time ever in a PC, or in a consumer computer product. So they were probably worth $2,200 undoubtedly at that point, I would say. But it was a lot of money for me, but I wanted to make sure I could, have guarantee that I'd have a working computer even if one failed. And partly because I'd never bought Macintosh before. That's probably why I wanted two of them instead of one, because I wasn't sure that the Macintosh computer was going to work. Maybe that was part of it. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I think it was more because I was aware in 2011 that, I had a studio that I wanted to make my studio become digital. That was one reason. And the other reason was because I wanted to have a backup computer in case one failed. So $4,500, and then I spent $500 more on a time capsule, of which I now have two, because I bought another one a couple of years later, or several years later. It must have been before 2016, because that's when my wife passed, and I had it before then. So I've got two time capsules purchased. They're both about 3 terabytes, I think. Both 3 terabytes, and they both have Wi-Fi built into them. But they were both bought between 2011 and 2016 in that time frame. But no, well before 2016. And the second one, the tower, the square tower, that time capsule was first came out in 2013. It's Generation 5. It came out in 2013, so I could have bought it that early. But anyway, the one that I bought in 2011 was $500, and it was a flat. It looks like the Mac Mini in shape, sort of. Today's Mac Mini, but always the Mac Mini looked like that. Sort of a little flat brick. That's what the time capsule looked like that I bought in 2011, and it cost $500 in 2011, which I remember because it was such a large amount of money. And I spent $5,000 total back in 2011, so that means $4,500 was the two iMacs. Okay, so and back then I got 4 gigabytes of RAM, I believe, automatically came with each computer, but Apple told us that those iMacs would be upgradable to 16 gigabytes each at that time. And Apple never told us any different, I don't think, except maybe they do now. But I learned later, after I bought it, I learned that you could actually upgrade these computers to 32 gigabytes of RAM, even though Apple didn't say that. They were better. It was better than what Apple said. So that's the kind of company Apple is, too. They always are surprising me with how great their products are. And so I upgraded eventually not this one. Well, it was this one, but it's now, I've moved it out there. It was my daily, and it was upgraded to 32 gigs, one of my iMacs, and it's now in the studio. And the studio iMac that's out there also, it was upgraded to 20 gigabytes of RAM, and it still could be upgraded to 32 as well. But so I've got a total of, 20 and 32, 52. What happened? Oh yeah. Oh my computer my display went into screensaver. That's annoying, isn't it? I better change that. I don't want that to happen while I'm talking. So I've got a total of 52 gigabytes of RAM in the studio on 2 different computers. But I need to go to my energy saving and wherever it is. Where is that? Displays? No, it's desktop and screensaver. Go to screensaver and say 20 minutes. I'll say, oh, look, it only allows me to go to 1 hour. It doesn't allow me to say never. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. Well, 20 minutes is acceptable maybe, but I'll just turn off the click. I'll unclick it so it won't show the screensaver. Good. And then if I go to desktop, that's not going to be anything. Well, where's my energy efficiency? Or what about display? Maybe displays? Do they ever go to sleep? No, I'm just checking to see if there's no, it's a laptop. That's the other thing. Yeah, it's a what's screen time mean? I think because it's a laptop, it automatically goes to sleep. You can't even set that up, but that can't be right. I know that's not true, but it's not. I mean, because it's a laptop, it's done differently than on my desktop on the Mac Mini or on my iMacs, for example. They were not set up to. I mean, you could go to a thing called energy saving mode, whereas a laptop is an energy saving device automatically. It has to be, so it doesn't need an energy saving mode. That would be crazy, or just not consistent with the philosophy, because a laptop is always always trying to save energy. So they don't have an energy saving mode. Oh, it's under battery. There it is. Found it. It's under battery, and I remember finding it before too. Usage history, battery, power adapter, schedule specific times. No. Here it is. Power adapter. Turn display off after 1 hour. I'm going to say never. Right now, just never, because I don't need it to turn off when I'm talking here. Good. Perfect. Okay. Back to what we were saying. So I bought for $4,500 two iMac computers 10 years ago. Okay. And both displays are 27 inches. They're both phenomenal computers. I think it's the 12,2 is the model for both of them. One of them came with Snow Leopard, the OS, and the other one, the OS was Lion, the big cat, the lion. Now there were other OSs called one. There was an OS called Mountain Lion, but that's not the same as the Lion. Uh, Mac OS. They they were both different Mac OSs, different um, you know versions as they came out in sequence. But Mountain Lion came quite a bit earlier in the sequence than from Lion. I don't think it was the first one ever. Uh, but anyway, but we're not going to go there right now. But you can look it up. You can Google it. Look up all the names of all the Mac OSs. They've changed from being animal names at some point to being names of you know, well, mountain ranges for a while, like El Capitan and Sierra and High Sierra. But for a while, and then they went to Mojave, which was a desert, and Catalina, which was an island or a desert or something. It's an island, isn't it? Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure, judging from the imagery that I saw. But I mean, there's an island in Europe too that's a Catalina. But there's one in California. But anyway, they've now they're using. Then they use Big Sur. That was the name of a. I'm not even sure what Big Sur is, but I know it's a geographical feature or something to do with a location. Big Sur. It's like it might even be a mountain. I'll Google that later because I've mentioned it. But now they have Monterey. That's another. The Monterey Peninsula, right? So it's California. And Big Sur, I think, is in California probably too, isn't it? I suspect it's in, or maybe not. Could be in Nevada or something. Whatever. I mean, some of these places can be. It could be in Arizona, wherever it is. I mean, these are all. It's a natural. It's a natural. Yeah, Big Sur is a natural. A feature. It's a natural. It's a wonder of the world. A natural wonder of the world. Just like Monterey Monterey is a more geographical illusion, I suppose. Refers to a place, as well as possibly a very beautiful natural wonder of the world, as well. Just because of the beautiful climate too, in California. That's another, or down, Mojave. It's a beautiful desert. Even though it's not necessarily a beautiful climate, if it gets too hot, it's still a beautiful place. But these are the Mac OS names that have been selected in recent years. And it wasn't very long ago, it seems to me, that Mojave was, the up-to-date system. But every year, Apple's been coming out with another one, typically, and Catalina came fast on the heels of Mojave. And as did Big Sur, fast on the heels of Catalina, and now Monterey, very fast on the heels of Big Sur. Of course, Big Sur was released at least as early as last year with the M1s, the first M1s, and then this year. Monterey has been released just now with the M1 Max and the M1 Pro. MacBook Pros. They're the only computers so far that have these chips. We could go into that, but we're not going to go further into that in that direction. But now let's look into what I paid for these new computers. $1,000 for. I got it before it went on sale for $100 less. But the M1 Mac Mini, $1,000. I bought the minimum package, and I bought almost, not the maximum, because I got the minimum hard drive, and I didn't get the maximum GPU, but everything else was maximized, I believe. No, I didn't buy any software either. Didn't buy any Magic Mouse, didn't buy any Magic Keyboard, no software. So it's pretty minimal in some ways on the M1 Max. 16-inch. It's 16-inch, that's right. So it's maximized in size, and it has the biggest power adapter. for fast charging. So it is. It's got a lot of maximized features, but it was a $4,400 and $1,400 compared to $4,500. So I paid $900 more this time compared to 10 years ago. But that's, I mean, I'm almost wanting to relax here, but I don't want to relax. I don't want to sit here and become too laid back, but I feel like I have to rest a little because I just made many hours of video yesterday, and 4 hours of which was vaporized, by the way, but it never was actually stored anywhere, so I lost it because of using photo booths. So I would be very careful about using photo booths. Maybe don't use it. But let's look at what I got for the $5,400. I mean, and I bought many other accessories. Like I bought the NVMe drives, 3 of them. Those amount to, all 3 of them together, more than $1,000. And with the enclosures, even more. So it's more like $600, more like $2,000 for those 3 drives. So, but it's extra. It's not got to do with the computers. It's the drives themselves. It's part of my growth and expansion into the new technology that we have to keep on doing. And it gives me more redundancy, but it also gives me more storage space. And but there are many other things. There's the docks. I bought 3 hubs for Thunderbolt 4, but one of them turned out it was overheating on me, or so it appears. It doesn't work anymore. That was the Anchor, unfortunately, the Thunderbolt 4 hub. Of the 3 that I got that wasn't working shortly after I got it, the other 2 that I bought, the CalDigit and the pluggable, are still functioning fine. But maybe, you know what? Maybe if I put the Anchor, I just realized something. I should try that. But I don't want to try it. The reason I don't want to try it is because I don't know why it was overheating. It didn't feel hot to the touch. But I suspect there's some internal component that's disconnecting because of the heat inside. So I don't really want to try it again because, number one, I got to switch back. Yeah, I lost my my mouse again. The reason I don't want to use it is because if it is an overheat problem, it doesn't matter what's causing it or how hot it gets. I don't want a fire hazard. I don't want that to happen at any point where I'm not around and it's connected and it catches something on fire. So I'm not going to be bothering with that, and I'm not going to order a replacement or anything. I'm not going to try and claim any warranty. I'm just going to take the loss like I would normally do with anything. That's something I never mention usually. I like warranties as far as the fact that the company believes in their product enough to offer a warranty. That tells me a lot. Many times it tells me a great deal about that company if the warranty is very good. But I won't ever claim a warranty because if the product was defective, then that's not a reliable company or product. So why would I want to, go down that road? And why would I want to build a dependency on a company where I depend on that company, when I need to be self-sufficient? So I don't want to go down that road at all with warranties. And it's just a choice I make. I want to assume that responsibility on my own shoulders. And that could mean, a big loss maybe. But also I want to be responsible by maintaining the product. Like in many cases, warranties depend on maintaining something properly. I want to be assuming that responsibility for proper maintenance of the product. And that's another reason why I don't like warranties. It's not, it's not necessarily connected, but if I'm taking all the responsibility on my shoulders, then I'm going to be more aware. I'm not going to be thinking, well, that company has me covered. I'm going to be thinking I have to take responsibility for the maintenance because I'm the one who's going to stand to lose everything. I mean, not that anybody should ever do that either. Expect someone else to pay for their negligence. That's wrong. But I'm saying it keeps me on my toes, knowing that I've assumed all the responsibilities. It keeps me thinking more about it. This is a loss. If it doesn't work, I'm losing that product. It's gone. The money's gone if I don't maintain it. I like to think about things in that way. Keep things, on those terms, simple. So that's, I think, more the reason for it. But I mean, I haven't. Yeah, I mean, I could think about that some more, and I'm sure I could come up with other reasons why I don't want to claim a warranty. But I did have a furnace that was on warranty, and because of that, because I couldn't get warranty service, I remember I ended up switching service providers because of that. So maybe I should go back to the original service provider once the warranty expires, or because it was a $20,000 item. But I don't. I don't think I would ever claim a warranty though. That's the thing. Um, but I guess it's not always up to me. Sometimes somebody comes in and says, "Oh, it's broken," and there's a warranty. So in those cases where it's not up to me, I probably wouldn't refuse the warranty. Um, that's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. But I mean, I don't know what I would do in that situation. But I definitely don't like warranties as far as being dependent on a company. That I don't like. Yeah, don't like that. Okay, so I've never really thought about that to the extent that I just did just now either. It's important that I think about these things when I have time, which you know I don't always have. So, but what else can we say about this difference, $5,400? Well, also I bought the three docks, right? The three hubs and one Thunderbolt dock, which is another, $300 ish, and that's all I may need to buy essentially for quite a while. Oh, I did buy a new spinning disk hard drive too. Beautiful thing. They're now producing 16 terabyte drives for $400 in Canada. I can get it, but it's not made in Canada. But I mean, I think it's got to be made in Japan probably or somewhere, China or Japan. But these drives are like $400 a 16 gigabyte drive. I paid $300 for 6 gigabytes. 5 years ago, maybe something like that. And now 16 terabyte, and these are not only these are enterprise. That's an enterprise drive. Like it's running on helium. It's spinning on a noble gas in a self-contained thing, compartment that keeps the gas, uh, you know, contained so there's less friction in the spinning of this disk, and it's unbelievable the density at 16 terabytes for these 3.5-inch hard drives, 7,200 RPM enterprise drive. These drives are $400. I can't believe that. It's unbelievable. And they're going to get cheaper too, I'm sure. I mean, it just keeps getting more affordable. That's the biggest drive I've got, but it's by far the I've got the 16 terabyte just behind me here, and I've got 6 terabyte drives is the next size I've got. I don't have anything as big as 16 other than the 6. 6 is the next size down that I've got. I mean, it's crazy. It's huge, the jump I made, and I didn't pay much at $400 to do that. So that has nothing to do with the new computers, really. That's just a separate thing. But these are all new purchases that I've made that relate to, the upgrading of my system. But what else did I get for the $5,400 with this new laptop, for example, with the $4,400 purchase of the laptop? And I didn't have to pay that much for it to get many of these features. I could have paid less and still gotten the same display, the same speakers, the display being the best one I've ever seen, the speakers being the best I've ever had in a computer system at all, desktop or otherwise. They're the best. I don't have power here. I'm going to turn on my power for my computer. That's a stereo system I've hooked up here for my M1 Mac Mini. wait for the pop to occur. After it warms up, it makes a popping noise. It probably happened already. Must have happened by now. So I'll jack up the volume, and then I'll be able to have power if I play a video. Um, so that's a stereo system I already had from years ago. It's Harman Kardon. Harman Kardon HK330i. Before I meant internet, probably. That's a long time ago. Long before the internet became a big thing. Or just around the time, just before the time when the internet became a big thing is when I got that amp, I guess. Just before, if the internet became big in 1990, I think that's about when I got my Acer laptop. But that's sort of the beginning of the internet, somewhere around that time. If that's the time of the internet, then I bought this. Well, I got this around, I'd say 86 or 87 maybe, or maybe a little before 87, or maybe a little before 86 even, actually. Yeah, possibly. Because I know 85 was when I moved, late 84 I moved here to Osgood, and 85 was when I started doing recording using a Tascam 4-track 244, Tascam 244. And around that time, maybe in 85, I even got that Harman Kardon, possible. And the Bose speakers I got with it, I believe. Is that right? I believe so. Yeah. Tom Dewar. Hi, Tom. I got them from him in Ottawa. If that's where I got the Bose, I think I got the Bose there. I bought the Harman Kardon tape deck from Dewar's Audio, from the same place, back in sometime around there, sometime around 85, 86, and maybe even 87. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I know. It was probably around. Well, I can put a terminus post quem or something on it, or whatever the word is. A time before which it must have occurred. What would that be? The terminus antiquem? Is that what you call it? I don't know. I can't remember the word. But no, I know it, if I can put a time on certain recordings that I made. I know the recordings that I made during the time after I bought this, and I can then say that I bought this before that time. And those recordings, well, I'd have to look it up, but I think I might be able to put a date on them. Because I was playing those recordings or showing those, just offering those, showing those, playing them in the for that the person who sold it to me, at that time. After I'd bought, I think I played those recordings after I bought this system, I believe. But I was still talking from time to time. I would still go into the store and visit the gentleman and, talk about audio and things. So the sound system in this laptop is unbelievable, Tom. I mean, it really is. I mean, I don't know what you'd think about it, because I know you have very, very interesting ideas about audio. But I mean, it's just the best. I mean, I don't care about using it. I'm not going to use it as a mixing system. I'm just saying. It's so good that it will be some kind of a standard in the industry in the consumer industry anyway, of audio, and that's going to mean that I'll be using it as a reference to some degree. I'll use it, but well, I believe I will. I mean, I'll have to. I'll be playing the recordings on it for sure. Whether so I'll have to consider it, because it's going to be a pretty widespread standard, I think. Among the Mac users anyway, and I think that number of the people, the number that specifically the Mac users, the number of those users is going to increase because of this computer, not because of any one feature, but because of all the features of this laptop together, which are it's a winning. It's a hugely well, only time will tell, really. But the iMacs that I bought 10 years ago have proved to be one of the best Macs ever made, or iMacs certainly ever made. One of the best Apple computers ever made. And it looks like these laptops might turn out that way as well. It's possible. They have this one. Yeah, I have the ability to display an extended desktop over 4 monitors external to this one, including this 5 altogether, including this laptop display. So that's a step up from my 10 years ago, but you'd expect it to be better for the same money. So it's not like, but the iMacs weren't portable. This is portable. It's a laptop. That's what I have to keep in mind. It's portable. I can use it as my desktop, but I can move it to the studio and plug it in anytime I want and use it there. And any monitors I have in the studio, not my iMacs, I can't use those monitors because Apple no longer supports target display mode. But I can use either of the iMacs out there with the other iMac in target display mode. I don't know if that's beneficial though, because I'm not sure if I can use it as an extended desktop or if it's just a mirror. That I haven't even researched. Actually, I just thought of that the other day. Maybe it's not going to benefit me in that way. But if I used a small computer, yeah, I don't have any older small computers small displays that I need to use target display mode. So that's irrelevant perhaps. But yeah, it's unfortunate that Apple doesn't support target display mode anymore. Yeah, but I think they do that because they want to sell their new displays too. And they don't, yeah, that's probably why. I think that's unfortunate if that's the reason though. But they're going to be, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to say, but you would think the profit motive is going to be bound to corrupt the industry into. Well, I mean, I found it worked. It was true in other ways that there seemed to be some corruption. Excuse me. In the way that they were selling the new NVMe drives enclosures that were Thunderbolt 3. I thought, well, I'll get that and I'll use the adapter and I'll plug it into my Thunderbolt computer and I'll be able to use those drives as well. And I didn't rely on that, but when I was designing, that's part of the design process is shopping and designing. In the shopping process, you need to research everything you're going to try and do, right? So I'm going to try and hook up these new Thunderbolt drives that are NVMe drives that run at a speed of 2,500 megabytes per second. And these run at 2,700, actually. They're faster than the internal drive on the M1 Mac Mini. They're only half as fast or so as the M1 Mac's internal SSDs, which are 6 gigabytes per second, or 6 gigabytes per second, or 5,500 megabytes per second, write and read respectively. For what I tested the other day, just yesterday, on this M1 Max MacBook Pro internal SSD, it's amazing the speed. That's just the Blackmagic test, the speed test. So I mean, that's not the extended, that's not the actual real-time file transfer speed or anything like that. But it's still a typical example of that's the maximum speed that's it's capable of. Just gotta get the chair. I can't stand it if these wheels are. I'm running over my own feet if I'm not careful with these wheels. Yeah, I want to be able to. There we go. Put my feet in a comfortable position. Yeah. So I mean, so these external NVMe drives. I thought, well, I know they won't run at Thunderbolt 3 speed if I connect them to my old computer. But guess what? I can't even connect them to my old computer apparently, because the old computer doesn't provide enough power. The adapter can't provide power through the Thunderbolt adapter, which I didn't know. They don't provide power through the adapter. So the drive has to be self-powered, which means it has to have its own power brick or something, and the drives I'm using don't. they get their power from the Thunderbolt 3 port. So those drives that I got are not going to work with my old system, but they don't design it that, Now I know if I had a Thunderbolt dock, theoretically, that was providing power to these devices, then that could work. But and the CalDigit device, the Thunderbolt hub that I got, it would work with. It possibly could work with, but it doesn't. But it could with Mac OS High Sierra, which was what I was running. But after I bought it, I found that out by researching on CalDigit's website and found out it doesn't support. I forget what they said, but it's not supported, or only under certain conditions that don't exist in my case, whatever it is. But it was very, it wasn't very disappointing, because I was always expecting that there were going to be difficulties with anything like this, where you're upgrading, right? And I just wanted to make sure that, if possible, what I was buying could possibly work and be backwards compatible. When I bought it, I made sure that it might work. But I think it's because they do everything the way they do it. Maybe they don't intend to, but they want to burn their bridges behind them so that everyone has to buy the new technology. Even though they're not consciously doing it, they're subconsciously, the profit motive drives them. They have to make sure they burn all their bridges, and that the old technology has to become not only obsolete, but the old technology has to become unusable. That's different from obsolete. Obsolete just means, there's something better. That's all obsolete means. Like, maybe a hammer is obsolete, but it's not. But, it could be obsolete because you've got power nailers that just drive the nail in one bang. It could be how do this? Oh yeah, it could be like a piston that's driven by combustion. They just bang, or they could be electrical or compressor driven. Yeah, compressor. They're not electrical. Yeah, there are electrical staple guns, but they can be compressed air nail guns. They make the hammer obsolete to in some ways, but a hammer is still useful for pulling nails out and doing things. So it's not really obsolete. But that's an example, though, of how something can be obsolete but not useless. I mean, you could still use a hammer, even if a hammer couldn't pull a nail out, like a ball peen hammer or something, or a hammer that doesn't, whatever. Even if you're not trying to pull nails out, the hammer, even if you're just driving nails, a hammer's not obsolete. You can still drive nails with it. It's just like, just like literature, books are not obsolete. Yeah, I mean, it is obsolete. Sorry, yeah. No, even if the hammer is obsolete, it's not useless. That's the point I'm making. So, like with books, a book is obsolete because you've got electronic media makes the book obsolete. That doesn't mean you can't use books, but they're useless. They're not obsolete. I mean, they're not useless. They're obsolete. They're not useless. They're not useless. I mean, you could call it useless. They're not completely useless. Okay, that's what it is. But it's the same thing with these the newfangled things I'm talking about. Technology can be obsolete. That doesn't mean you can't use it. But they're not just making these things obsolete. They make them useless, completely useless, where you can't even connect the two devices, and they're not compatible. Now, they try to be backwards compatible. The thing is, I bought a USB 4 enclosure. USB 4 is supposed to be backwards compatible with USB everything else. That device should connect with USB 2 or 3, USB 3 device, USB 3 socket. It should be able to get an adapter, plug it in, and it should work, right? But the problem is it needs power. It doesn't matter if it's compatible. It needs power, and it can't get enough power from a USB 3 port to drive it. That's the problem. It's tragic, It is a USB 3 device, though. It's a USB 3 compatible device. But I wasn't able to use it as one. And that was a shock. It wasn't disappointing. It was a shock, really. It was a shock. And it's an insult every time something like that happens, because they don't tell you that. Nobody warns you about that. Nobody tells you anything about that. No matter how much you research, where you go. And I did tons of research. These things happen every time to everybody. That's what I believe. That's what I believe, and I don't expect that. I don't at all. I never expect that. I mean, I guess I expect worse than that even, but that's none of that is really anything I hope for. Obviously, it's a bad thing that these things don't provide backwards compatibility when they certainly could, if the people building them wish them to. So it's really disappointing in many ways. It's angering in many ways when you realize after you bought a product that it doesn't do what you think it should do. It's infuriating. Yeah, enough said about that. But that's the way these things are. But I've tried to allow that that these I buy a modicum of technology. So I bought 3 docks just recently. I have the old dock in the other room, but these two hubs and a dock that I've just bought, that might be all I ever buy for these systems, because in the future I'm aware that these are going to be obsolete. I might buy one more dock if I need it, but I don't think I'll ever need it because I've got the Thunderbolt bridge. So these systems might be good to go now. I can add my monitors in the future. I can add extra other devices like KVM switches or more hard drives and that sort of thing, backup systems, and I can add more computers to the mix. But I never need to upgrade the Thunderbolt docks or maybe even the drives. I could add more Thunderbolt drives, and I could hook them up either just like I still have a spare port here, and that's the only spare port that I've got on this computer. But I've got a spare port that I could hook a dock or a drive up to. So I could connect one of my Thunderbolt docks from there, or I could buy another Thunderbolt dock, and I could get some more Thunderbolt drives. But that'll be as far as I would go. And you can get a Thunderbolt dock. Maybe they'll come down in price, but they usually go up in price. That's why I try to buy them early on in the upgrade process. They did all go up in price, by the way, as soon as I noticed. One dock I bought for a very, very good price from the U.S. I ordered it from the U.S., and now it went up in price. It went way up, because it's just as good as any of the drives that people are paying $500 for. And I got it for less than $300 Canadian dollars, but people are paying $500 Canadian dollars, more than $500 Canadian dollars, for similar docks by different manufacturers. But now that one is now $500, I believe it was, something like that. You can't get it for that price anymore. It's even in the States. It went up. No, it went up in the States to more than what it was. It was $199 in the U.S. and it went up to, and that's where I bought it from, because it was off the charts in Canada. It was over $400 in Canada at the time I bought it in the U.S. and that wasn't including tax or anything. What was it? No, it was going to be. Yeah, I think it was $450 in Canada, something like that. But I paid $287 with tax and shipping and duty, Canadian, $287. So I mean, that was a phenomenal deal. But after I did that, and I told the people who sold it to me, I said, this is a great product, because I tested it, and that doesn't mean it will last. So maybe it's not going to be a great product. It may not last, but it seems to be. It certainly fixes all my USB problems. But after I bought it, now the price is shot way up. Now that people realize it's a great product, the price went skyrocket. It went off the charts, and that's what it should have done. If that's really the market price, it should have done that. It should have been at that price already. Definitely, it should have been. So I would never complain about it going up. But I could, right? If I were that sort of person who complains about that sort of thing. I don't complain about that. I know. I guess there are things I complain about, surely, but I don't. Maybe, but I'm not even sure what they are. I mean, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I complain. I just think I must probably do. Mm. No, I don't. Why would I complain? I know the complaining doesn't help, so I doubt that I'd do it rationally, but I might be irrationally complaining about some things. I get angry at what some people do, but that doesn't mean I complain about it. I try to channel my anger into figuring out how to defeat those people. That's what I do. So that's a constructive anger. That's what you want to use anger for, is to be constructive, I believe. So how do you defeat manufacturers who are building obsolescence into their products, or building uselessness into their products, so that the next generation will make their prior generation useless? How do you defeat those people? Well, you can't expect everything, of course. Like, I mean, Apple can't support they do a lot of support for their out of date operating systems long after they're on the market, really. And they support them with security updates for a long time, many years. So they do a wonderful service, really. But that sort of thing you can't expect them to continue to support these older operating systems. You can't expect that, I don't think. And the hardware, I mean, the fact that it's no longer usable, that's a bit different. I think we should expect that all the older hardware should be able to be used with the newer hardware and be compatible. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, right. The older hardware is still compatible. It's just that the newer hardware isn't backwards compatible with the older hardware. Like, that's the problem. The newer hardware is the problem. So, like, that's why the U3 enclosures that you buy, we will be getting them soon. The U.3 enclosures, which are so phenomenal, they won't uh, be able to work. Is this true? The U3 drives, I believe, you can plug them into a U.2 enclosure and it'll work. That's what I think. It's going to work fine. In fact, I think the U.3 drives, you can plug them into a SATA enclosure and it'll work, I think. But I mean, it's so hard to find these things out. So even by tons of research, very few people know these things. But I think that's true, and you can even plug it into a SAS enclosure and it will work. These U.3 drives, I think they're like that. But I'm not sure though. But I know the U.3 interface. What I just said might not be true. But what's the advantage of U.3 if that's not true? If you buy, you'd have to buy the interface. Well, I know the U.2 drive is not going to work with the U.3 interface. Wait a minute, but why is that? Yeah, that's what I think it is though. If the U.3 drives work in all the different interfaces, that might be what it is. But the U.3 interface detects all the different drives, and they're hot swappable. So you can swap. You can pull out your SAS drive and plug in a U.3. It's intended to update. They're designing the enterprise drive systems now, with the intent that the enterprise, what do you call those people? Users, enterprise systems administrators. The enterprise operators will be able to pull an old drive out, a SATA drive, and replace it. They can buy a new system, but they don't have to upgrade their drives. They can plug SATA drives in to all of their new U.3 enclosures. And then when they can afford it, they can go out and purchase. They don't have to shut down their system anymore after they've got these new drives installed. They can just go out and purchase the new U.3 drives, or whatever, but it could be whatever technology is supported that's higher speed than the old SATA, and pull out the SATA drives, hot swap them while they're still connected and everything. Just unplug it and plug the new one in. They don't even have to shut down their system to do it. So I think that's what's intended by this the new interface. The idea of it is to enable this. They could update from SATA to SAS, and then they could go from SAS to NVMe using the U.3. The U.3 drives, they often come with NVMe drives now. That's the new technology with SSD drives that are NVMe drives that are fast. They're and they come faster than 2,700 megabytes per second, which is 2.7 gigabytes per second, which is what mine are, the ones I have. Mine are NVMe, but they're M.2, which is a form factor. U.3 it's more than a form factor, right? I think. No, it's a form factor, I guess you'd call it, right? The form factor includes, if that includes the socket. I guess that includes the socket. M.2. M.2. That's the socket, I think, M.2. Yeah. Yeah, and they used to have U.2 used to be available in PCs, it was a consumer interface. As an option to M.2, they had the U.2. And then I didn't hear anything more about that for a while. I didn't hear about either M.2 nor did I hear about U.2 because I never owned either of them. But then recently when I got the M.2s, I just never heard anything about the U.2s, not much. But the reason why I didn't hear about the U.2s was because M.2s took over in the consumer market and U.2s were phased out because they didn't catch on. But now U.2 has become the standard in the enterprise market and it's being replaced by U.3. And it looks exactly like a SATA connector. That's why you can interchange them. And like a SAS connector, that's why you can interchange them. But you can't always interchange them. You got to know what you're buying. But if you have an interface that's U.3 interface, an enclosure, a socket that's U.3 will accept any of these drives, I believe. The SATA, SAS, or U.3, and it will function exactly as it should with those drives at different speeds depending on what these drives offer. NVMe being the fastest and SAS being second fastest. SAS, I believe, is 12 gigabits per second compared to SATA, which is currently only capable of 6 gigabits per second. But NVMe is way faster than that because like 2.7 gigabytes per second is something like almost 24 or something, isn't it? 20. Somewhere around 20 gigabits per second, somewhere around, is that right? Yeah, somewhere around 20. A little more than 20 gigabits per second, but that's the drives that I have. That's not the limit of the interface. Well, it's the Thunderbolt interface, which is Thunderbolt 3 interface is and 4, Thunderbolt 4 or 3, they're both limited to 40 gigabits per second, but that's not achievable for a hard drive. And the reason for that is because part of that bandwidth is reserved for the multiplexed video signal that's carried on those Thunderbolt wires as well. So you're not going to achieve that. It's something like 27 gigabits per second is all you're going to get for data transmit. 27 out of 40 is something like what you're going to get. If it's 28 out of 40, that would divide by 8, and that doesn't work. Wait a minute, 8. 24, let's say it's 24 divided by 8, that would be 3. Yeah, 3,000. What is that? 3. Yeah, 24 gigabits. Yeah, right. It's going to be 3 gigabytes. 3 gigabytes is all you're going to get on over Thunderbolt 3 or 4 of data transmission, and I'm getting actually fairly close to that with 2.7. I'm getting pretty close to the maximum of what Thunderbolt 3 can do. So I'm very, very pleased and thrilled. I'm thrilled. But I just happened. The reason I bought those drives was because I happened to find a YouTube video. Um, it was Lon TV on YouTube who showed me this drive and said this is the speed it gets on whatever. I guess he was using it on the new M1s or something. I saw it being used on the same system that I wanted to use it on, and I decided that's the one to buy. And it's an NVMe drive that has a fantastic warranty as well, like a fantastic number for the terabytes written number is 1800 or something terabytes written for a 1 terabyte drive. That's a phenomenal rating. So that means for the 2 terabyte drives, the rating is 3600 terabytes written. It's unbelievably high. There's a few other manufacturers that offer that, but it's really rare. And that's their warranty. That means that they're willing to replace it if it doesn't get that much usage and survive. If it's warranted at that, it must actually do more than that for them to make a profit. So these drives are phenomenal, but that's why I like warranties. They tell me what the manufacturer is expecting, not because I want to use the warranty at any point. And also, I'm expecting to try and help these drives to last more in terms of time. I'm expecting I'll be, and I am, trying to reduce their temperature by, I just learned about this, the idea of a heat sink. And what was I saying about heat sink? I just said something earlier about heat sinks. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I could use a heat sink on my overheating hub, and maybe that would prevent the malfunction if it were in contact with a large piece of aluminum, chunk of aluminum. Aluminum is an excellent thermal conductor, and for the money. And I just happen to have a bunch of chunks of aluminum in the basement because years ago I bought some aircraft aluminum for the purpose of building things, designing them and milling them. I've got a milling machine, and you can drill holes. I can cut them with a bandsaw because aluminum and brass and copper probably too. You can cut them with a woodworking tool. They're soft enough, so you don't need any expensive or exotic tools to work with aluminum. So I've got it on hand. And I've got big chunks of it, like an inch thick or something, and I've used one of these chunks as a heat sink, and I just thought of it. I suddenly thought of it. Well, this will lower the temperature if I lay my aluminum Acasis enclosures. I have 3 of those, one for each of my NVMe drives. If I lay these things on a big chunk of aluminum, that increases the mass that it uses as a heat sink, and that reduces their temperature significantly, very significantly. And that's going to increase the lifetime, the life expectancy of these devices, probably increase them by, it could increase them 10 times, because lowering something in temperature by a few degrees can make a massive difference on the longevity of that electronic component. Over the longer period, the longer the time that goes by, the more significant that reduction of temperature is to the endurance, or to the condition of the device. Well, on my iMacs, I was raising the fan speed manually after the internal drive failed. I was because I didn't want the rest of the components to fail. So I was trying to keep it cool internally. It was telling me what the temperature was inside the enclosure, and it was just free software. I never buy software. I always get it for free, open source, and I don't buy demo software. I mean, generally, although I guess I've got a couple of demo versions, but I don't buy demos that expire. Or I don't buy anything. I mean, I don't use demos that expire. So, because I don't want to be reminded it's going to expire. I don't want to have to be dealing with that all the time. Continual, onslaught of reminder notices. That's not a pleasant experience. It's not productive to be, you know, receiving those warnings. That's why I unsubscribe from every email, you know, that I can. Everything. You know, I don't like spam. You know, I don't want to be, you know, you know. I mean, it's a continual uh, negative impact, you know, that everybody has on us uh, if we allow them to. So we can't allow it. That's important, I believe. Well, it is. It has to. Your peace of mind is disrupted by unsolicited requests, and I don't think we can, like advertisements that are on YouTube. And I don't try to avoid them by subscribing to YouTube, but I'm offended by these things because I don't think that should be legal. First of all, even though I'm also aware that some of these ads have phenomenal information that can benefit mankind. In some cases, rare, very rare ads. In some cases, can be the most the most beneficial things that we've seen in years, or the most interesting things that appeal to us personally that we are glad that we learned about. That happens on very rare occasions, but at the same time, I'm in most cases either, you know, offended to some degree by either, you know, never, almost never to a mild degree. It's always very offensive to be interrupted by unsolicited ads. And I don't think we can respond in a positive way to any unsolicited ad ever. But having said that, I mean, it's just in principle we can't. We can't take unsolicited advice, period. It doesn't matter whether it's an ad or not. If anybody offers us advice when we didn't ask for it, and if we ever take that advice, we've then set a precedent that we're going to accept unsolicited advice from those people, right? Now, so that's why, I think that's why people come to Christianity only when they're willing, right? Only when they ask God in prayer, they request God to come to them and help them, or to help them in any way, and God then sends them some help, or they are ready to receive whatever help arrives. That's the only way that people really can accept Christianity, I believe. It's for the same reason that we don't accept unsolicited help. It's a bad idea. And that's why Christians don't either accept unsolicited help. Christians do not accept other religions coming to them without being requested to come. That's another important thing. I look like a completely different person on this new monitor. I can't believe how different I look to my own eyes. I look like a completely different person. Maybe I am completely different health-wise too than how I was not very long ago. I can feel my health changing for the better in, you know, many ways. I think in infinitely abundant ways, or in an infinite number of ways. I really think so. But I mean, it's not getting better in all ways. It's getting worse in some ways, I'm sure, because I'm getting older too. So I have to be, but I mean, in the short term, it's not getting worse very much, but it's getting better in some ways, definitely. Wow. Yeah. And I'm learning, I've not been taking my supplements as regularly now, except for the more important ones like B12 and vitamin K2. And I'm going to have to take boron, I believe. Oh, and vitamin D. I need to take some. Yeah, I should be taking that. Let me get some of that. I just remembered. That's something I always take it. I always have it. Whenever I take vitamin K2, the vitamin D is included in the or with the K2. I don't have to take these separate vitamin D, but I do take them separately as well, though, because it's not enough generally, especially in the wintertime. Oh, okay. The water's good. I'm going to have to replace refill my water. I'm going to have to, I want to make some of that matcha tea. I want to do that. So this has been, I haven't even covered all the great things about the new M1 Mac, the M1 Max, I mean, M1 Max 16-inch MacBook Pro. Um, I think it's better in a great number of ways, but there might still be a lot of buggy things about these new M1s, though. One of which was the USB problem, which I'm sure it also exists with the M1 Max. Unless you have the proper Thunderbolt dock, you're not going to get the same Thunderbolt, or I mean USB speed that you get with older technology. But you don't have to use USB anymore anyway. You can go all Thunderbolt. I mean, and not even it's even true that not all Thunderbolt enclosures work at the same speed either. That's true too. It's just that there's bugs because there are different interface compatibility issues. I think that's what it is. Different chipsets, and it's a new technology. It's going to take a while to iron out some of the things. But because of what I know, I don't expect. I expect that a lot of these problems will never be ironed out. Excuse me. Oh. I'm not optimistic about the ironing out of every bug or any bug with the new M1s, because by the time they iron out any bugs, the technology is going to be not just obsolete but useless again, because there'll be a new technology. So, I mean, these are the kinds of things that we need, that I feel that we need to be aware of. That it's not really productive to be. Oh, I've got some staining on my wood, and if I don't know if I can remove it or not. I think I can. I think if we're not aware, I think we don't want to be completely ignorant about this. I think we want to be informed about it. We want to be aware. There's a reason for it. It's based on, there's a real logical reason why these things become useless. Right? Now, just because they become useless, does that mean we shouldn't use technology because we know it's going to become useless? It's, for some people, that's enough reason why they don't want to use it at all. And who are we to say whether they're justified? They may be justified in that decision not to use technology because it's not going to be useful later on. They're going to have to buy another new one, another new model. But for those of us who've, adopted new technology, maybe we recognize that. I think we have to recognize, or we won't do it. We just recognize that we have to keep spending money. It's a losing proposition when we buy technology. It's losing every time. It's just a question of how much we lose. So when I paid $5,400 this time, I spent more than $4,400 10 years ago. But I'm aware that I want to keep growing or expanding my sphere of technology. So maybe $5,400 is a reasonable amount to spend after 10 years. And I'm only talking about the computers, not the accessories. And so I'm willing to spend more now on accessories as well as on I'll be buying more monitors, I believe. So I'm going to be spending more on this new system than I spent 10 years ago. And it's going to become obsolete, but maybe the monitors will not be obsolete. I don't know. I mean, some parts of it, the keyboard's not obsolete yet. The keyboard's not obsolete. So some parts of it so far haven't become obsolete, and might be usable for decades, some parts of it, like the keyboard. But that's a small thing that can be, but it's not inexpensive. It's at least $100 to get. I think it would be $200 to replace this keyboard, probably. The one I have here, I don't know, but it seems like it's, the one I bought for the studio was a $100 replacement. I tried to buy the cheapest thing I could buy. Maybe that was a mistake and I should have paid more. Or maybe I'll buy another keyboard to replace that one later. I don't know. but because I can't, that keyboard is not even legible. I can't read the keys, but I'll probably get used to it, and then I won't really care about that. But it's backlit. But then I didn't know that the keys, the letters and numbers are written in a very absurd. The numbers are written in a style that's absurdly illegible, and both the letters and the numbers look the same. You can't even tell a zero from an O. I mean, it's really deceptive. But maybe that's just because I'm not used to it. I don't know. So but at least it has the action of a keyboard that I would expect, but or hope for, or similar. But it's probably not stiff enough. Now that the one I bought, I just had to make a decision. I wasn't sure which one I have now. I wasn't sure about anything. So, of course, my next keyboard purchase will probably be a little better, but maybe not. It's so that's the reason why I should probably stick with that one. It's an excellent keyboard for somebody, and maybe that somebody is ultimately going to be me. But only it's a great deal at $100 because I can use the Dell. The Dell, I have the adapter now for the Dell. It costs about $10 to get the adapter, I think. But I can use the Dell keyboard, but it's not backlit. But I mean, I could use it. So I probably should just for a while try and use it. But I'm not working in the studio right now anyway. I'm working out here. I'm testing my new system. I don't use the studio very often. And if I wanted to, I could always move this keyboard into the studio whenever I want to work. That's a possible thing. I could try to get a replacement that's exactly like this one. But you know what? I needed to buy a keyboard that would fit in the space I had for it. It needed to be narrow. So I bought one that was a certain narrow width from front to back so that it wouldn't occupy more space on my rack, where it would sit next to my rack equipment in front of it and not fall off or sit on top of any switches or anything. So I bought it and it had to be the right width, basically, too, I think. Not wider than my rack, which is 19 inches plus, because that's how big a rack is. A rack unit is 19 inches, and then you have the rails that hold it, so it's bigger than 19. It's more like 21 or something. Roughly. So the keyboard shouldn't be any bigger than that if you want to put it on top of a rack unit and not have it stick out to the sides where it might interfere with something, or you might bang into it. So that's design again, right? Design, which I could talk about as well. I think I'll take a break now and I'll make the matcha tea. So how many hours have I used? Probably more than an hour now. I'm fairly sure. If I would guess, I'd say maybe an hour and a half. No, 2.5 hours. Wow, it was 47 minutes, and that seemed like not long ago. It's 2.5 hours. Okay, and I've covered a lot of material there. So okay, so let's sum this up before I go make the matcha tea. What I've said about the difference in price 10 years ago and now. There is inflation too, right? But I mean the difference in power is enormous between these systems and those, but not really. In some ways, not. In other ways, it is. I'm not getting spinning beach balls like I was getting on that system when I was trying to play YouTube videos recently. I don't know why that changed, but I have a feeling that somebody on the other end is causing that. Maybe. And maybe it's not conscious, but maybe it is necessary to force people, whether it's conscious or not, from a commercial standpoint, for them to force people to upgrade their computers. I suspect that's true. It just seems like it's going to happen. It seems like that's what they do. I don't think it's a good thing, but it seems like that's what they're doing. It's despicable, really. There's no reason why they can't provide, internet services to everyone with computers of any kind, no matter how old the computer is. But anyway, coming back to what I was saying, but they don't. So, but coming back to what I was saying, um, I mean, there's lots of powerful features about these new M1 Max 16-inch MacBook Pros, and the other, all the MacBook Pros that just came out, the 14-inch and 16-inch, are phenomenal devices, I think. I mean, to buy a 14-inch would only have saved me $250. To buy the bigger size cost me $250. That's a pretty modest, price to pay for a 2-inch bigger screen. It's diagonally bigger anyway by 2 inches. That's a pretty phenomenal value, I think, for that money. Having the bigger screen, it means I can use this screen as a display. One of my displays can be the actual laptop screen. That's a phenomenal thing. I don't have to use it either, but I mean, why? I mean, I will use it because it's better than any of my other displays. So I'm going to have to use it, right? I mean, from that standpoint, until I get anything better than that, which I won't. That's not going to happen soon, unless it's going to cost a fortune to get it. Now, but maybe not, because Apple will be producing a cheaper display, I believe, soon, and it'll be probably like this, a liquid Retina, probably like this display in quality, but bigger. I believe Apple will be producing that as an optional display, which is, as an option to their current display that they're selling, which is thousands. I mean, I think it costs 6,000, 10,000, I think, Canadian, just to buy one, just for a display. But it's a very high quality display, and that's all they're selling. If they provide an economical replacement or alternative, to that, and I think they're going to soon. I think it will be like this liquid Retina, it's probably better though. This liquid Retina is better than the one they're selling for like 10,000 Canadian. I think it is definitely better in quality. But not to say that one's not good, not at all. But I think this one's better. From what I've heard, from what they're saying, because this one has brightness. With HDR video, the brightness of this one is unheard of. I think 1600 nits, I think, compared to a standard. You might get 350 nits on a lot of monitors, and that's all they do in terms of brightness. So 1600 nits in the bright spots, not sustained on the whole screen, but 1,000 it can be sustained on the whole screen in high definition. I think 1,000 is the limit, but that's a high. It's ridiculously high level, and I generally use everything on low settings of brightness. Like, right now I can increase it to be quite a bit brighter than what I'm looking at, to what I was. I wasn't using it on maximum brightness at all. If I decrease it, so that it's not too blinding in the bright spots, it's not high definition, I don't think, but like all the bright icons and the ones that have white in them, they're too bright to look at if it's set too bright. But if I lower it too much, the video might become a little bit less spectacular. So I had it raised up a couple notches above where I would normally want the icons. But even if I just put it one notch above where I normally would put the icons, it's quite a good middle place. It's still excellent. It's excellent no matter what. It's amazing. It's amazing. New technology. Even a new computer, which was the same old technology, it wouldn't work any good if it doesn't run fast enough to prevent the beach balls, of course. But if it were the same in every other respect and just didn't have the beach balls, it would be perfectly adequate. They didn't need to revamp Mac OS. It's a brilliant operating system. It works fine, even though that's far from saying it's perfect. And there's lots of things about it that annoy me continually. I'm annoyed continually by the fact that I can accidentally drag things into other drag folders into other folders that I shouldn't be accidentally doing, and accidentally clicking on things that shouldn't be possible for anything bad to happen, and generally it isn't possible. Um, when I ran Linux, I learned in Linux how much better it is than, even probably better than Mac OS, but basically they're the same in security, because how good Mac OS is in security is even if you tried to delete all your files in Linux, it wouldn't let you do it, because it's so you give the wrong password, or or you don't give the password yet, or if you're trying to do something in Linux, there are very stringent rules that are applied, and I would frequently try and do things like copying files or something. It wouldn't let me do it, or I had to be very exact in everything I did. It was very well protected. A lot of the things that are difficult to do end up being security features, because no one else can do them either, especially not someone who doesn't know your system. It doesn't know, even if they're a Linux expert, if they don't know your password. There's a lot of things you couldn't do without the password in Linux. I was finding, certainly, I was running Xbuntu, I think, and I found it to be the most exciting learning I'd ever done on computers, because in Linux I didn't know how to do anything, but there was still Google. I could use Google, and I was Googling new things 100 times a day, more than 100 times a day probably. I was Googling another new thing, 100 new things every day. I was learning about how to do things. One of the things I learned was, for example, I learned how to, that was one of the more spectacular things, I learned how to resize photos automatically. So it would go in and automatically resize all my photos from a certain size down to another size, and I learned that in Linux. Automatically resized all my photos. So by doing that, I was able to post all these photos on the internet, and very small, little sized, the icons that they click on would be duplicates of those photos, but I could post them all on the internet, and because they're so small, they're not going to be impossible to load on the page because they're small enough. But I could never do them one by one because there were just hundreds of them, or maybe thousands of them. But I learned that on Linux. That's one of the more spectacular things I learned on Linux. But that's, I forget the name of the command now, but it's a very common, it's not very common, what am I saying? But it's a very standard, that's what I mean. It's a standard Linux command in the terminal. And I use the same command on Mac OS because it's Linux based. So the drawback with Linux was I could never reboot and have everything back the way it was. It didn't remember where all my windows were. I couldn't get it to. It was a nightmare in many respects that don't exist in Mac OS. Mac OS is thoroughly engineered, as a reliable user interface, but it's a user friendly environment. That's how Mac OS has been engineered. And the difference between Mac OS and Windows is that Mac OS often prevents you from doing things because of the security, I guess, of Linux, upon which it's based. It doesn't allow you to do things that can get you in trouble, whereas in Windows you can very often do things wrong, and they get you in trouble, and they cause more problems, and you go down a rabbit hole. It happens all the time in Windows. It never happens, virtually never, ever, ever. I mean, it never does, not virtually never. It never happens in Mac OS. And in Linux, certainly you can go down a lot of rabbit holes in Linux, because I would try to install something in Linux, and it would say, no, you have a dependency, you need this. Depends on that, you got to install that. So I'd install that. And that wouldn't always solve the problem. Then there'd be another dependency. That would depend on something else, or there'd be sometimes it would go on for hours. I'd usually solve it in the same day. But I'd have to Google every one of these issues too. I mean, usually I'd have to Google. Well, no, I wouldn't if it would tell me. If it told me what the dependency was, I wouldn't have to Google it. But if I couldn't solve it by just installing these other dependencies, I'd have to Google it and go down a rabbit hole every time. I mean, it was. But I mean, I enjoyed it because every time in Linux I learned a ton of stuff. But it just isn't standardized. Linux is not standardized. I doubt it will ever be. It's not really meant to be ever a standardized system. It was meant to be some kind of no man's land or something where everybody is it's not like they're all, rogues or something. It's just that there's a lot more independence in the Linux world. They're not standardized as much. And well, that's true of Windows too in many respects, but not in the same way that Linux is more of a community. Linux is a community, whereas Windows is, a complete, what's the word? It's a wild world kind of thing in Windows. There's a lot more manufacturers though, a lot more software, a lot more options in Windows, tons of them. But that's not necessarily good. That's what I learned. You end up being, faced with a lot of choices, and Microsoft wants you to buy their software. Mac OS is free update every time. Anyway, I'm going to go. Unless you have to buy a new computer system in order to use the new version. That's the only thing with these. But once you have an OS, Mac OS is a free update. It's pretty amazing. Every year they come out with a free update. Let's go. Let's try this. Let's make some matcha tea. Yeah, let's do this. Let's make matcha tea. Okay. Let's try and see if I can do this. Right. All right. Can I do this? No, I'm going to have to. I'll have to take a brief break. I'll be right back. of something. Something that is always. I just learned something, actually. I just learned something. If somebody says something, right? Somebody says something, and it gets spread. If somebody says something that gets spread around. Like, you know, somebody is who's famous says something. Well, that light isn't as bright now because I've moved it. If I want to have light on my face, I guess I got to rotate this back. If somebody says something, someone who's famous says something, then virtually the whole world hears about it because they want to know about this person. If they're a fan of this person, they want to know about it. They want to know what the story is. So the famous person makes a comment, and then that becomes gossip, and everybody hears about it from the secondary source, not from the primary source, although some people might, or let's say nobody hears about it from the primary source, other than the person to whom it was said. So we all do this because we all get secondary information, but they come to a conclusion that therefore this famous person has a certain belief which that doesn't exist. They don't have that belief, but we come to that conclusion. That's a common phenomenon. And then they become in a position where they think, well, they can correct that famous person on that belief because they have a different belief or whatever. But they don't know that that's not even true, that the famous person doesn't believe that. The famous person merely said something that doesn't indicate what their belief is across the board, or it doesn't indicate a belief that applies, you know, in all cases. It was just a comment that they made. So I mean, that's just something I thought of. That got to get a new Kleenex here. Hang on. Let's do that. It's good. I'll deal with the old box later. Recycle it later. Okay. But that's something that just occurred to me, that I just realized I've done that. I've undoubtedly I've done the same thing to other people. I've thought those same thoughts about, well, not the same thoughts, but okay. So right, this is good. Good, right? Is that going to work? Yeah, it shows. Okay, good. Pretty amazing, isn't it? So hopefully I can record video. Yeah, looks like it works. So I'm going to get the matcha tea. I'm recording a matcha tea. I'm recording a video about making matcha tea. So there's my matcha tea. I use dough matcha. You could use any tea that you like. I just happen to believe it's good quality, the one I use. There's carnation milk, evaporated? Yeah, evaporated. Not the condensed milk, the evaporated milk. Condensed is much sweeter. I don't think we want to use that. Now typically I will, if this is the first time I've used it today, if this were the first matcha tea of the day, I would add iodine to it, but I'm just going to use the maple syrup, which I also put in every time. And I always try to use salt as well. And I use a whisk. Bamboo whisk is amazing. A bamboo is the most amazing wood that you can imagine, I think. I mean, the whisk is made from, it's like a single piece of bamboo, I think. But it doesn't even look like it's bamboo. It looks like but it is. It's got glue, I guess, around the side here, around the bottom. But it's bamboo, natural bamboo that's been split into a whole lot of individual strands. Fibers. The fiber, and it's so strong that I think this will last a lifetime It costs $20. It might last a lifetime. So the first thing I do is I get a teaspoon. I use a teaspoon for this. And that's how I measure the matcha. Okay. But I'm also going to do something I just started doing. I keep learning. But if I don't put the salt in at this point, it will end up being sinking to the bottom, and it will end up at the very end when I lick the bowl, I'll get salt, and I don't want that. I want to lick the bowl, but I don't want to get salt at the end. So I'm going to put the salt in first, the amount that I think I want, you know, whatever. You can put in a fair amount of salt, but just to your own taste. And then you don't have to have salt, but I believe it's after you try salt, you probably want to have it. You probably will want it. It's very good. So I put in, you know, I put in a pretty large amount. I put in close to a teaspoon, but normally it's only half or something that people use. I use about one teaspoon. But I've been using even more than a teaspoon, I think. I've been using quite a lot, but not much more. You know, probably no more than 2 teaspoons, probably, but probably less than 2 teaspoons, I would think. But anyway, now I use the evaporated milk with the whisk. So evaporated milk, salt, matcha tea. Oh, you know what? I gotta break the evaporated milk film that formed there. Pour the evaporated milk in, maybe 1 ounce, 1 or 2 ounces, just enough to, and then you enable the whisking, and then whisk in both directions, reversing and going near the sides to incorporate. You're trying to emulsify. It's an emulsification that we're trying to achieve, and we never achieve it with matcha tea very fully. Maybe we do if we're using water. Some people have it with water. I'm using cream, right, and evaporated milk also, which is like cream. But I'm never going to emulsify it completely in here, but I'm going to try to get as many lumps out as I can by reversing, by going quickly. I'm going to turn on the boiling water. I forgot to do that. That's important. So we boil the water right at the start, before we start. And then, when I'm done with whisking, I shake the whisk out. I put it in the water, small bowl of water here, which has also got the matcha tea that I used to. It has the water that I used to clean the matcha whisk earlier, and that has some matcha tea in it. But I can now use that water. But I'm going to boil some water to get some more warmer water to clean it with, and then I'll drink that water later. But what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put the spoon in now, and I'm going to stir with the spoon, make sure the salt is all incorporated from the bottom. And then I'm going to add my cream, 10% cream in this case. Could be 18%, sometimes it is. That's enough now. That's just about sort of 6 ounces or so total liquid. I maybe put 3 ounces of each of the cream and the evaporated milk, 3 and 3, and then 1 ounce of maple syrup. But I may even use, I don't think I use 2 ounces of maple syrup. That would be too much. But now I need to recycle. This is empty. This is empty, so I recycle it. Yeah, so that's good. Now I've done all the ingredients except for the maple syrup. So I'll put that, add that. That's about 1 ounce. Maybe, hopefully. I might have put a little too much. Whatever you want, but try not to overdo the maple syrup. This is boiling, by the way, because there wasn't much water there to boil. It boiled very quickly. Now I'm ready to, look at that. It's not really coming out, is it? I'm just trying to pour the water right over top of the whisk. You see, so I'm trying to get it to really clean the whisk by pouring it right on it. Then I will just whisk it a little bit, but I need to clean it with my fingers. And if I don't, it'll build up over time and it'll cake itself on. It won't ruin the whisk, but it will be harder to clean later if I let it build up. So I'm going to clean it all with my fingers here, and I'm using the boiling water, which is not quite hot enough that I can't dip my fingers in it momentarily. So I can use my fingers, and this boiling water isn't even boiling yet. That's why I could dip my fingers in so much. But if it were boiling water, I'd have to be quicker with my finger. I'd dip in much quicker like that to get the water that I could use to clean the whisk. Then I would just continue. I would keep on until I was done cleaning, and now I'm done. So now I can drink some of that water. It's warm. It's got good matcha tea in it. I can drink it all right now if I want, but I might have more later, so I might leave it. If I drink it all, I'll have to clean the bowl. And I'm gonna put away the evaporated milk. Okay, that's it. I have more cream in the fridge, right? But I am gonna run out of cream eventually, and I'll have to shop. So that's it. I've made the matcha tea. Now I'm going to try it. I think it might be pretty good here. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's too sweet. Well, let me show you. Hang on. I have to hold this so I don't drop it. I almost dropped it. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Oh yeah, yeah. It's really good. It's pretty well the right amount of everything. In fact, I could have added more salt. But you don't need it to be too salty. If it has no salt at all, eventually it really bothers you, I find. The flavor becomes too bland or too sugary, is the other thing. But it's just too bland. So we're going to turn this, let's see, have I got this on? No? I'm on my other, I have to go back. Yeah, my KVM switch. There we go. Okay, so I'm done. That's the end of that little segment. I'll stop the recording here. 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, so that's good. Doesn't close. What? Really? Oh yeah, it went off. That time it went off. It didn't go off the first couple of times. I don't ever want to put away my iPad. That's why I keep it plugged in, I guess, too, is that you don't ever want to just leave it closed. It might not go off, but I guess it would go off automatically. They always go off after 15 minutes or something. That's true. It's not anything to worry about. Okay, so, well, we've covered a lot of ground here, but I want to talk about, I think we've covered the updates. I mean, Mac OS has always been free as far as updates. The updates are always free. And you always get a free version when you buy your computer. Not free, but it comes with it. So it seems free. And I never buy software because certainly it's even more true now than it was, except it's a little more untrue now because there's a new Apple Silicon. And the software hasn't been developed yet for the new Apple Silicon. So, I mean, it's backwards capable because it's got the Rosetta. You could use all the old software if you want to, but not all of it works that well. Apparently, that's what people are saying. But, I mean, most of it, all of what I'm using, I'm able to get it on the Apple Silicon. Somebody produced a version, an open source version, of my favorite FTP program, so I'm able to, and they posted it on the internet. And this person, it was an Apple Silicon. It's an Apple Silicon version that they compiled it. This person compiled it and posted it for free on the internet, and they just used the open source code that they got from the developer. So I was able to get an Apple Silicon version, but you have to trust I had to trust the guy and say that he wasn't trying to, get a foot in my door or something by posting this, that this person is trustworthy. But I trusted him because he seemed completely ingenuous. Everything seemed I mean, it was very, very hospitable of this person to offer that for people who, because I didn't want to, I didn't know what to do, and then I stumbled on this. I knew I wanted to use the same program, but I'd have to use Rosetta to translate it, Rosetta 2, and I'd rather use the Apple Silicon, the native version, the native code. And this person compiled it as native code. It's unbelievable. So that was the rare, the only program that I have like that. But I mean, maybe it's more, that sort of thing happens more in the Linux world. That happens all the time, and I think it's slightly more often in the Mac world than it is in the Windows world that it happens too. That you have a community that helps one another. In Linux, that's the big thing about Linux. It's all one community. They all help each other. Whenever there's a problem, there's a question, people, they answer the questions. But we know that's true of the forums online for Mac OS. I know. I don't search for Windows questions, so I don't know. I assume it's the same for Windows, that people can get answers to questions too. But I think it's more true in Mac OS because we need the help. It's more like a Linux community because there aren't as many users as there are Windows users. So in Windows, with Windows, you can almost get help from anybody with Windows. You don't even need a forum practically with Windows because you've got help from everybody down your street. Everyone uses Windows. It's not like it's necessary, but I think maybe that's the difference. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would trust the Windows forums even because it's a big bad world and you don't know who to trust. And I mean, it's just too many people who use Windows and who don't know what they're doing. That's the problem. So any advice you get, you have to be suspicious. And that's also true of, I don't know about Linux, but I never had much problem with Linux advice. But it's true of Mac OS too. There's a lot of people who don't know what they're doing in Mac OS. And even though it's worse in Windows, I think, but it's far worse in Windows, I think. But still, I know that there's a lot of wrong advice about Mac OS. It's, so, and not so much for Linux. It's better generally. But it must be true for Linux. There must be a lot of, not necessarily wrong answers, but the best answer depends on your skill, I mean, a more skillful person can give a better answer. Or a more skillful person can write their own code, for that matter, and develop their own answers, develop their own solutions, I mean. So it stands to reason, doesn't it, that the interpreter of the answer is the one who decides whether it's true or not. That's going to be always the case because it depends on skill, on how you're going to implement the answer, or develop your own answer. Really. And that's not to say that other people's wrong answers aren't beneficial. They are. The wrong answer can be just as beneficial as the right answer. Because the wrong answer can stimulate you to develop a better answer than the right answer, or than the so-called right answer. That's extremely true, I think. So actually, wrong answers can be better or more useful. They can be better than the right answer if they cause you to develop a better answer. If they cause you to realize that what everyone thought the correct answer is not the best answer. So wrong answers can be beneficial, but you have to be knowledgeable enough to recognize not to do the wrong answer, not to do what you're told. In other words, you have to be knowledgeable enough not to believe what you're told, and not to just follow blindly what you're told. And knowledgeable enough to not do that just means you have to know that. If you know that they could be wrong, then you shouldn't just do what you're told. It's very dangerous. Well, in the worst case, it's very dangerous. In the best case, it can cause you a lot of inconvenience. Or maybe in the best case, it's the right answer, but in the best case, it can cause you to be lazy then by thinking you can get answers from other people instead of developing your own solutions. Like the question of like the person who complains about the port being on the wrong side of the computer. I mean, I can understand if they say it's on the back and I want it on the front, but they might be correct. But if they're saying that it's on the left and I want it on the right, how can they be correct? Come on, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, how can you say that's wrong if it's on the left instead of the right? Okay, I mean, I could see why if it's on the right, it's going to interfere with the mouse movement if you're right-handed. Why would you want it on the right? For that matter, but even if it's at the back, so it's not going to interfere with the movement of the mouse at the front. I mean, even if it's not related to the mouse at all, what's the difference between left and right? I mean, how can you say one is right and one's wrong? I mean, that's so. I don't see how someone would complain about that. I'd be much more interested, I'm impressed and interested to hear them say the port was on the wrong side for me. So this is the solution I came up with. And because of it being on the wrong side, I developed this solution. And because I developed this solution, I learned something that allowed me to improve my overall setup so that now I'm 500% more productive. That's the answer I would like to hear. That's the result I would like to see. And then, and then teach us something about how to do design work. That's what I would like to see. I don't want to see these lazy people who complain about the ports on the wrong side and they didn't even solve the problem yet. Come back when you've solved the problem and tell me what you did. If you're going to say anything, otherwise say nothing. I don't want to know. I mean, that's just silly. I mean, it's stupid. It's ignorant, right? I mean, it's a baby. It's a baby. Feed me, I'm hungry. That's a baby, right? It's not necessarily stupid. It's immature, though. It's helpless, It's somebody who's helpless. They're not helping us by telling us. So how should we respond to somebody who does that? I guess we should really tell them, well, look, our only response is to go away and solve their problem for them and come back. But we have to solve it by solving something in our lives and then show them this is how we solve this problem in our lives and help them that way by example. But I mean, I face hundreds of those problems every time I buy a computer. Thousands of those similar problems to that. Because every time I buy a computer, I'm thinking, how's that going to work with that hard drive? Or how am I going to hook up my Ethernet to that? Or how is that going to work, with my Wi-Fi? Or what is it going to be like, those aren't the questions I ask, but that's just a typical thing you'd think you'd have to ask all of those questions as well. But I mean, the questions I ask are, how fast is the SD card reader? That's something I want to know. And they don't tell you that. They didn't tell us. But I noticed some people on the internet complained about the SD card reader being on his M1 Mac, M1 Pro or M1 Max, MacBook Pro that he bought. The SD card reader for him was so slow that he couldn't use it. It was at USB 2 speed, whereas the one I've got, the one I've been using with the card I'm using, the SD card that I've got, which is a Lexar a 128 gigabyte. Um, I forget what the speed is on it, but I tested it. I got, what did I get? I wrote it down. I wrote it down. So let me get that information. I didn't even remember. I know what it is, I think, but I don't want to say and be wrong. So because I wrote it down, I want to look it up. Where are you? When did I do it, first of all? Like, what day was it? I think it was pretty early on. Let's see. There it is. It arrived. Okay, the MacBook arrived. I've got that notice here. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 9th or so. A little earlier than 2 o'clock probably, but somewhere around. That's when I made the note. And then I didn't test it till I didn't use it until, yeah, the Thunderbolt 3 cables failed to connect at a high speed. All of the Thunderbolt 3 cables failed to connect at high speed to do a Thunderbolt bridge. That was shocking. They all failed. Now, I didn't try rebooting the computer with those, but I boot this computer first, then I connect. Is that true? No! These cables were connected, then I rebooted this morning. And I made sure today that I booted the laptop first, and then I booted the Mac Mini, and that works at high speed. So the other day, I did it the other way around, I believe. But for what I believe, but I'm not even sure. But I know I booted the Mac. I know I booted the Mac Mini first, but I don't know if this computer was booted already or if I rebooted it. Not sure. But I'm now doing it with the M1 Max booted first and then the Mac Mini. So that's my new procedure that I learned, and it seems to work for now. And if I do that, I get up to 900 megabytes per second read speed off of the drives connected to that the M1 Mini. I can read those drives at that speed using the M1 Max, that's plenty fast enough for a lot of things. I can do a lot of things that way. Well, that means, for one thing, I can use that. I wonder how fast. Oh, I wonder. That's something I just thought of. Does that mean? Oh, that probably means I cannot transfer at full speed from drive to drive over there, because it'll be processing the transfer on my computer at the slower speed. That's what I'm thinking. But if it's not using my central processor here to do the transfer, then it may do it at full speed, at a much faster speed. I don't know. That I have to test, right? That's a good opportunity to learn something. Oh, I could try researching it, but researching that would be very difficult to find the answer, I think, because not many people are doing that. So I'm looking for the answer. I haven't looked very hard. I've not found it yet. Hang on a second. Oh yeah, that was this page. I know I wrote it down. Come on. Here it is. Let me make a note here. Let's make a note that I can see it next time. Where's my pen? Here it is. Okay, so right here, I'll say in the margin SD card or something. SD card. Right? And put it as a box around a circle. So it's something very unique, very discernible. 74 megabytes per second write, 89 megabytes per second read. That's the Blackmagic speed test using a 1 gigabyte. Yeah, I'll say that's for 1 gigabyte. I'm pretty sure, because I believe it's 1 gigabyte. I'm going to put that in square brackets. Square brackets in my notes always indicates that I wrote down the note at a later date and added it in at a later date. Or it could indicate that the event happened previous, and I'm just recalling it from memory rather than actually writing. So I'm writing it in at a later date. Either of those. But that means the square brackets are not quite as reliable. But that's what I'm using as a convention. So, but 1 gigabyte as a speed test is I think that's what I've been using for everything, because I'm testing drives that are SSD drives that I don't want to write a lot of stuff on them, because they wear out if you write too much stuff. They wear out over time if you're writing on them. The more times you write them, the more they wear out. So the SD card would be the same idea. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? So, because it's well, what is this? It's a flash drive, yeah. And all flash memory has a limited number of writes. Not the reads, you can read as many times as you like, but you can't write as many times as you like. You might be able to overwrite it thousands of times, so it might take a long time to overwrite it and wear it out, but it won't last forever. That's the difference between SSDs and spinning disks. But spinning disks don't last forever either. They fail for different reasons, though. I don't know why they fail right now. I can't think of a reason. The controller might fail. I've had drives where the controller failed. In fact, I had an enclosure, and I didn't know the controller failed. I almost ordered a new power supply for it. I ended up not doing that because talking to the person over the phone, the supplier seemed unwilling to sell me the power supply, the transformer, the brick, because it would cost a lot to ship it from Vancouver to get here, and because apparently he didn't believe it would work, or so maybe he knew something I didn't know, but he only wanted to ship it with me if I would accept responsibility for it failing, which obviously, that to me was obvious. So I was insulted by that, so I didn't buy it. But what happened was, or maybe I just had a sixth sense and I decided it probably wasn't a good idea. I didn't order it anyway. But it did insult me that the seller wasn't willing to sell it to me. I felt insulted by that. Maybe justifiably, but anyway, I'm glad I didn't buy it, because years later, how many years later? It's only 5 years later now, probably, something like that. Because I was using that drive with Linux, and I didn't install Linux till after Ann passed, so then it failed. So it must have been 2017 or later, because she died passed in November, after middle of November, 2016, November 19th, she passed. Passed on, and maybe, it's in a way, I guess. I mean, she was such a wonderful person. She had such a great attitude about life, and so, joyful about every opportunity in life that she had. It was so wonderful to be with her. Yeah, it's so it's difficult to say, well, in her case, it's difficult to say, well, at least she no longer has to cope with all the problems in life. They're gone. She's relieved of that burden now. In her case, that's difficult to say, because she was such a fantastic person in the way she coped with everything. She was such an exemplary person. I mean, it was a privilege to know her. So anyway, this decision that where I decided not to buy this thing must have been after, I think it was in 2017 or later. So then, sometime maybe last year, I'm not sure when. So it might have been 3 years later, might have been only 2 years after this event where I didn't order or this attempted purchase, or this drive failure. Might have been 2 or 3 years after the drive failed. I realized, it might have been between 2 and 4 years, let's say, after the drive failed. I realized that I could take the drive out of the enclosure, and that the drive hadn't failed. It was the controller inside the enclosure that had failed. So the drive was perfectly fine. All I had to do was unscrew a few screws and extract the drive from out of there, pull it out. It's just plugged in, inside this enclosure. You just pull it out, and it's got pins on it to plug into a dock or any other type connector you might have that is compatible with it, that will plug into your computer through the USB port or whatever. So now I'm using the same drive. It's 4 gigabytes of drive that I didn't know I had. It was reclaimed drive from a failed controller. So I don't know how these spinning discs, that's a spinning disk drive, I don't know how they fail. I imagine eventually the magnetic discs that are spinning come off their axles or something, or I don't know. Eventually it's got to mechanically has to fail, because it's a mechanical device. Eventually that disc will either break, or it can't break if it's metal, I guess, but it's just going to stop turning or something, or the axle will seize up, or something will happen. Ultimately it's got to be, it can't spin forever. It's mechanical. But before that happens, probably the electronics inside it might fail as well. It's another thing. But nothing like that will last forever in this system of things. And that's one of the reasons why it's interesting when we think about things that do last forever, or when we ponder whether they ever could last forever. We think about things like that don't last forever, and we think, look, we wonder. I wonder, is it possible for something? We want it to last forever. We want our equipment to last forever. I mean, that's natural. We just want that, right? I mean, you think, well, why can't we build it so it lasts forever? Although we sort of know why, but because even we don't last forever in the way that our bodies function at the present time. We don't live forever. But, a hammer, how long would that last if we had a hammer? Like a nail gun is not going to last forever. A hammer, it seems like it might last forever. If the grip on it lasts forever, or if the wood doesn't last forever, we can replace the handle. But the head of the hammer seems like it should last forever, doesn't it? As long as we don't let it rust away. It could last forever. It seems like. That's probably not true. Maybe it seems like it, though. So I think we have this natural desire for things to last forever, because it's just built into us. It's part of us. We want things to last forever because we love life. When we're happy people, we just love life. We just love it so much. Yeah. But anyway, this is a marvelous thing. That's why I think I didn't used to take it's the Bible teaches about everlasting life, but that's not the only teaching in the Bible. There's so many principles in the Bible that are useful that don't have anything to do with everlasting life at all. So that's only one concept, but the idea of everlasting life is one of them in the Bible, but it's a big one in the Bible, because it's one that gives hope, I think, to people, because we don't want to die. I mean, if we don't like our equipment dying, I mean, how much less do we actually want to die ourselves? I don't think anybody really wants to die. And there are those who do, I guess, but those people are seeking death, and but that's not what we're talking about here. For those of us who don't seek death, I don't think any of us want to die. Anyway, Jesus was an amazing person. That I can attest to, based on how I've lived, or how I've experienced life since I started to think about Jesus, and also from what I've read in the Bible, and from the witness I've seen that's given by other people who have claimed that they believe, or attested, testified to their own faith in Christ, or people who have simply stated that they've accepted Christ, or believe that he was real, or that they, follow his example, or find him to be a useful example. Like even Gandhi mentioned Christ, I'm sure. I've heard that. Even people who, I think Gandhi maybe was a Christian, of course, but of course it's possible, but only the person themselves knows that. I think, because we could have heard rumors. I think someone could have lost faith late in life. We don't know all the details. Newton was a believer. Sir Isaac Newton was a Christian, a very devout believer, and it guided his scientific, not his inclinations, of what he was interested in. I don't believe it affected that. I think it increased his integrity, or his desire to find the truth, and to be determined, to not give up, and to believe that there was a solution to whatever problem, or to the order, that there was an answer to an equation that would explain the order of the universe. What happened? Oh, good. Okay. The M1 Mac Mini keeps shutting off. I need to change the setting. That's all. Let's change the setting. Energy saving mode. Let's change it to never. That won't happen. Done. Okay. It will never shut the display off until I tell it to. So there's a function you can just say. Let's see, what is it? What is it? I have it. Okay, let me look up what that PM display set. Okay. There it is. It's PM set. Where is it? PM set space display sleep now. That's the command in Mac Terminal to turn off the display. And I use that command. I used to use that command every night because I didn't used to shut my computer off. That's a benefit. Yeah, that's another benefit that I've experienced of both of these new computers compared to the old ones. Well, not the second old one, because the studio iMac, I'm running off an external drive where I installed High Sierra on an external SSD that's running through a Thunderbolt dock. That's another Thunderbolt dock that I have. See, if I weren't running off an external drive, or if I could run, I don't know how to do that. But you see, the problem with both of those iMacs is they only support USB 2.0, which is too slow to boot from. So I'm booting off the Thunderbolt dock drive, the Thunderbolt port, which is connected to a Thunderbolt dock. And that's made by OWC, that one. But it runs, that's a great dock. The trick to that dock, to learning how to use it in a beautiful way, is it doesn't know enough, if I recall right anyway, it doesn't turn on the drive bays unless you press the button to turn them on. And you can't I don't know if there's other. I don't find there's any other way to do it. But the only way that I found, but there may be. That's what I want to add. That there might be another way to do it, but I don't think there is. The only way to do it, even if you if you reboot or restart, it's fine. You don't have to do anything. But if you turn it off and you want to reboot, if you reboot it like a day later or something, I don't know what happens if you reboot it 10 minutes later. It might work then, maybe not. But I found the only way to reboot it was if I'm doing it the next day or something. You have to press the start button on the computer, you hear the chime, then you press the drive bay on button for the drive bay, and for the boot drive. And you can press the other drive bay at any point. It doesn't matter. But it doesn't, as long as you don't press it too late, it will boot from that drive if that's set up to be the boot drive. If that's set up, if the external drive is the boot drive, but you don't press the drive button for the drive bay, the power button, there's an on switch too, but that on switch is always has to be on as well. But the on switch will not power the drive bay unless you press the on switch for the drive bay. So you always have that on switch on anyway. I just leave it on all the time, no matter what. I never turn that off unless out here I do, because I can't get the thing to turn off out here. If I do, out there I turn off my power anyway. Here I don't turn off the power for everything. Just turn off the individual devices. I could just turn off the power strip and then I wouldn't have to do that. But anyway, the on switch is always on. So if I want to boot the system, I have to turn on, boot the computer. I hear the chime. That tells me it's booting. Or even before I hear the chime, I can still press this on button. But the thing is, it won't come on. That's the thing. The drive bay will not come on. The power switch is on, but the drive bay will not come on unless there's a valid data signal. Unless there's a real data signal. It has to detect the signal from the computer. So until you press the boot button on the computer, the on button, you can't turn that drive bay on. As soon as you press that power to turn on the computer, even before the chime, you can press that button and it will work. I don't know how soon or whatever, what the exact, whether there may be a critical timing. I don't think there is, but there may be. That's something you have to experiment with if necessary, if it doesn't work for you. But it works flawlessly for me if I press the on button and then immediately, I think it's immediate. I don't press it before I press the on button anyway. Always press the on button first. Here I can wait till I hear the chime and that'll still work. I can then press the button. Or I can press that on button for the drive bay. And I'm just talking about the drive bay. The dock power switch is always on. But the drive bay, I don't power it up. It's got two drive bays. I don't power up the drive bay that has the boot disk in it until the on switch for the computer is on. In other words, before or after the chime. That's how I do it. And when I do that, it boots from the exact correct drive, which is my external, that same drive that's in that drive bay, in the Thunderbolt dock. So that's the key, because if you don't do it that way, you'll find it boots to the wrong drive because it can't detect anything in that drive bay, and it will boot to your internal drive if it's available, which it is in that case, in my case. So it boots from the wrong drive, and then when I see it's booting from the wrong drive because it's booting too slowly, I'll have to do a hard reboot, And when I do a hard reboot, it'll reboot to the right drive because it's just like restarting. It remembers what drives are present and so. But you don't want to reboot twice. You don't want to boot the thing twice every time you boot the system. That's just nobody would ever want that. That's a horrible situation. And I heard people online complaining about this. And because I heard them complain about it, I was able to solve the problem. I figured out the way to solve it, which was to press the on button and then immediately press that button, and it works. So I don't know how I solved it really, but I solved it. I guess I think I didn't really solve it. I just I'm not sure I deserve the credit. I mean, because I've learned so many things from so many different people over so many years of life, and Jehovah God put the wisdom in me. or the inherent wisdom, the genetics, the nerve cells, the neurons, everything in my body came from somewhere that wasn't me, didn't come from me. So I'm not sure I deserve the credit, but I solved the problem, certainly. Um, it's never occurred to me to be grateful to Jehovah for that particular problem solution, but maybe I should be. But that's never occurred to me. But because I tended to think that I did it, you know. But in a way, I did do it because I never saw anybody else come up with that solution. It's not obvious, and if you don't solve that problem, you forever regret having purchased that product. So the difference between enjoying a life and having a miserable life can be that subtle. Just can be the difference between making a little extra effort, or trying a little different approach, or not trying it. I mean, that's what I learned from that. That's a valuable thing. And that learning, I don't deserve any credit for that learning. That's from Jehovah. The fact that Jehovah can teach me through Jesus too, because we don't have anything without Jesus. I mean, he was wisdom in the heavens before he was sent to the earth. He was the spirit creature called the Word, which is the wisdom, the creature wisdom that was the God created first of all creation. And that's why he deserves credit too. But the wisdom that I have, that it's not just the inherent wisdom, but I'm talking about what I learned from this was the amazing difference between solving a simple problem like that and not solving it. I mean, because some people online are complaining it's like it ruined their whole life because they bought this thing for when I bought it was $180 or something, I think. Maybe something like $200, or was it? Yeah, I can't remember. But then after I bought it, it's no longer available. For some reason, they don't sell it even, because I think it's because they don't want people to use Thunderbolt 2 anymore. That's what it is, a Thunderbolt 2 device. So, and my computer doesn't even support Thunderbolt 2, but it's compatible with Thunderbolt 2 because it's Thunderbolt 1. So it works. But nobody else can buy that device now. And that's another, I think, part of the conspiracy to prevent people from staying with their older systems. It forces them to upgrade to Thunderbolt 3. Unfortunately, I bought that device, prior to that. Well, maybe it's fortunate. I think it is fortunate because I'm able to use that computer. So now, I was in the middle of saying something. The reason why I said that, because I have a Thunderbolt device dock, I'm able to boot that system in like about 10 seconds or something. It's a very short time using an SSD. So it's just a standard SATA SSD, an SSD that can go a maximum of about 400 probably megabytes per second through that dock, maybe 500 actually, somewhere in that, between 400 and 500. So, and you wouldn't notice much difference between that and booting it through at 300 probably. It wouldn't be that much different. But it boots very fast, and because it boots that fast, I'm not worried about the inconvenience of rebooting, But the other one, my daily iMac, would take 2 minutes, believe it or not. 2 minutes to boot, and it was running the same operating system, High Sierra, and off an SSD, the same. Mind you, that SSD was installed in a docking station that was connected by Thunderbolt. And when I tested the speed on that, it wasn't running at as high a speed as it should. If it were directly connected by Thunderbolt, you would think it would get, well, what am I getting now? Well, yeah, maybe it is about what I'm getting when I run, because it's got to go through the USB connection. No, I mean, it doesn't go through USB. It goes through the SATA. But I've got one that's connected by a USB that goes just as fast. And I would think that USB 3 is as fast as Thunderbolt 1. That's true. So it shouldn't be any different. So the speed I'm getting on USB out here, which I'm running through my dock, that's or I can connect it directly to the iMac, to the Mac Mini. I mean, out here, it's an SSD drive dock which connects via USB, and it's very good speeds. Very good speeds. I'm and it's made by Sabrent, and I'm very impressed with that device. 4 different SSDs you can have at the same time. I've got 2 of them. 2 of the slots are full now. But Sabrent sells a lot of good stuff, I think, because their adapter plug for the USB to Thunderbolt here, USB 3 female to USB-C male works, and my other cable didn't work without an adapter. It didn't work. I had to use a standard cable and use that adapter. And the other adapter Sabrent made to connect to a SATA drive, which is just a SATA connector to a USB I think it's just to a USB connection. That works at great speed, very high speeds too, very close to the maximum speed of the interface. And that's just like a $20 plug with a cable and a SATA connector on the end. So that's Sabrent who makes all those devices. So I'm impressed with Sabrent. Those are the only devices I've ever owned from them. All of them I have only owned for since August. So since I got my M1 Mac Mini. So I'm really impressed with Sabrent, actually. And I don't believe that means that everything they make is good either. But it's impressive. What impresses me about that is they're making inexpensive devices that work close to the maximum theoretical or the maximum practical that people are able to achieve, which is commendable. It's highly commendable, and you don't see that in so many devices, even from reputable manufacturers. You don't see that. There's so many cases where, well, even in the case of my Anker Thunderbolt 4 hub, which unfortunately is somehow defective, and I think it's probably an overheating of some very small component inside, or an intermittent connection, which is caused temperature dependent. Let's say it doesn't have to be overheating, but because I don't know what's causing it, I can't use the device. Conscientiously, I can't use it, so I have to abandon that, and I have to absorb the loss, and possibly not buy certain products that are made by a certain company. That's the way that has to work. Avoid that, which is not to say that they don't make excellent products either. It's everybody makes a mistake on something, and manufacturing defects always can happen to anyone. I don't care who they are, and they tested it and it worked, I believe, just like I tested it and it worked, but it didn't keep working. So, but that, then I guess, then if you want to get into it deeper, you have to go into talking about, maybe the better companies test it for longer. Maybe the better companies test it under more rigorous conditions, etc., under more thorough, with a more thorough test, whatever. But we don't know. They might be one of the better companies, and I'm sure there are people who probably think they are. I've seen many examples in my life of people who absolutely, promoted, with great enthusiasm, promoted companies with great enthusiasm, claimed they were the best, when I myself had already had experience that made me believe that this company was far less than the best. There was nothing that I would be able to do to change that person's mind that this company was the best. So, there's nothing we have to do about that. That's just the way people are free to believe what they want, when it comes to that sort of thing. And maybe they'll learn differently, or maybe they won't. Maybe they don't even have to. It's not. We can have different experiences in life, and that can result in different beliefs. And we shouldn't feel compelled to force everyone to believe as we do. I don't think that's the purpose of life. No, I think we can live. We can set an example, though. We can live by. We can teach by our example. I think that's a better way to approach that particular um, problem, or if you want to call it a problem, maybe it's not even a problem. Maybe it's just a fact of life, whatever you want to call it. That's how we can approach that uh, particular situation or detail or difference, whatever. We could have a difference, though. We could say, and we could tell them, we could say, well, I disagree that they're the best, but it depends on whether, depends on whether we believe that that's the right thing to do in that situation or not. It depends on the situation and how we feel about how well we know the person, or how we, or whether we feel we can benefit them by informing them about something. That's what it depends on, I think. So, anyway, it's. I mean, we have to move on. I don't. I don't like. I dread. I mean, I don't dread it. No, I don't dread it. But I'm not happy uh, about the idea that I might have to avoid a certain company. That doesn't make me happy. But even if that company were to give me a free supply of this product, no matter how many times it failed for the rest of my life, they would provide a replacement. I wouldn't use the product. That wouldn't help because I don't believe in the product. In fact, I have reason to not believe in the product. So, um, and the effort it would take them to convince me otherwise would not be something I would wish upon them, and therefore, it's not a compatible, or it's not a viable relationship at this point. It doesn't work, and that's I can't tell you how unfortunate that is. It's I bought the item in good faith. I had complete good faith about it. I didn't have any doubt, even though I could have read I did read, but I could have paid more attention to the one review that said there was an overheating problem in the device that had been solved by installing a fan on top of the device. And I wasn't about to try and solve it for the reasons I already mentioned. So, anyway, but it didn't have. I guess what it had was 4-star rating of approval, which is a pretty high rating by the customers. But the ratings were 4-star, 80%, 80% 5-star, I think is what it was, and 80% 5 stars wasn't good enough to provide me with a reliable product. That's why. Well, and I always try to buy something. If possible, it should have greater. It depends on what it is, but if possible, it should have greater than 80% 5 stars. But most things, 70% 5 stars is a fantastic rating for most things. It depends how many 4-star ratings too, and anything. It depends on how many 1-star ratings too. 8% 1 star is much worse than 4% 1 star, for example. So you look at the ratings of all the different ratings. I mean, you look at all the different ratings and you see what you think. But you're going to get a piece of equipment that doesn't work. It doesn't mean it's not good in 99.999%. We don't know, but if we want to save ourselves some trouble, we just avoid that product or that company or whatever we feel we want to do. We avoid that. We avoid that in the future, right? Or we don't trust that company to make certain types of products for us or whatever. We just make our own mind up, and that, I believe, is we don't do it exactly on our own. We pray about it. We ask the all-powerful Creator to help us decide what we should do there, and he can tell us how he feels. Or he does that by making us feel something a certain way. So if we ask Jehovah and he tells us, you've got nothing to fear about something, then we don't need to have anything to fear. If we ask him and he says, I can't relieve you of that fear, then we can avoid that, whatever we're finding that is causing that fear, and our lives will get become more pleasant. Our lives will be relieved of some fear by avoiding certain, whatever it is. It doesn't have to do. I'm not talking about a certain product now. I'm talking about anything. Anything. Maybe it might be, you know, avoiding certain people, or it might be avoiding, uh, you know, certain certain websites or anything. It could be anything, anything at all. Yeah. But prayer is useful, and we pray in Jesus' name too. Jesus is the name by which we get access to the Creator. In fact, Jesus was the Creator, but he was also created by somebody, by Jehovah. So, you know, and Jesus was then the Creator through whom Jehovah created. So Jesus is the Creator too, but he doesn't have the same authority unless Jehovah gives it to him, which Jehovah does. Jehovah gives him the authority to a certain point, at least. And Jehovah can give authority to anybody to whom he chooses to give it. So Jehovah can give us the authority to do a lot of things, you know, if he wants to give us the authority. So if we're listening to Jehovah and we want, you know, if we want the authority, we can ask him for it. And he's capable of giving it to us. He may not want to if we're not, you know, pleasing to him, I suppose you could say, but it's up to him. It's not up to us. So what am I doing here about this? I've got to clean this bowl here. I've waited too long, and this bowl is now difficult to clean. All the matcha tea is stuck to the bottom, along with some of the cream or maple syrup or something, whatever it is. A mixture of things is all stuck to the bottom. So I'm going to mix it up with my finger, create a slurry. I'll drink it. I'll clean the sides. I'll lick the bowl again on the side. But you know, it's not hard to clean. Then I'll clean the bottom with a Kleenex, or clean it with my finger, and then the Kleenex. That's pretty clean. I can just wipe that out. And that tastes pretty good too at the end. Still has a little bit of sugar, you know, a little bit of maple syrup, not much. Just enough to make it taste quite nice. And now the bowl is clean. And that's how I do my dishes. That's how I do my dishes, with water and a Kleenex. Now I can't put this anywhere, and I don't want to stand up. But standing up is good for me, so I guess I will stand up. Gotta do my squats. So that's it. That was matcha tea. And I think we're going to end this video. I think I'll turn off the other videos because they're going to be long. There's no benefit in running them. There we go. Let's turn off this one. Well, I could keep this one running. Let's keep two of them running. Maybe I'll say something in the other camera later, but I'll turn off the one because I don't want to be excessive about this. It's just a worthless piece of. It's a worthless video if I'm not using that perspective. You know, I can use the occasional. What do we call it? What do we call it? I can cut to that camera occasionally, right? I can cut to that camera, but then I won't have to cut to it later on. I can cut to the other camera, so I don't have to keep recording all the time on every camera, because I won't have to cut to all the cameras all the way through. Not necessary. That just conserves a little bit of hard drive space. So, it's been I need to get water for my water. I add the salt to it. I'll refill my water because I'm going to need to take some supplements. And I'll drink this water. Yeah. I'm just drinking this water. the matcha tea cleaning water. That's good water too. Yeah, it's difficult to clean that bowl a little bit. It's more difficult because it creates a ring. That's pretty clean. Yeah, pretty good. Around the edge of it, there's some problem. There we go. On the bottom of it, there's some food. That's very clean now. Now, I guess if I had the other camera open, you could see me. But I'll just use the audio for now. I'm just filling the water. You don't need to know all of my secrets. I need to keep some of my secrets for myself. I don't really have any secrets. I really don't have any secrets, but I think I would like people to think. Even though I don't have any secrets, I believe it would be good if I allowed people to believe I have some secrets, because that way they won't be too familiar. They won't act overly familiar with me, and there'll be some mystery about me if they don't think they know everything. So I think that's beneficial, actually. I think it's beneficial quite a bit. Now let's throw that Kleenex out. Let me get a magnesium. These are the citrate. Yeah. And I forgot to take all my citrate yesterday. But even though I took most of the magnesium I normally take, I had a rather painful experience because I didn't take enough magnesium. And it was a very unusual event because it doesn't usually happen that way. I don't usually have that issue. But I had I have a rectal fissure, and the rectal fissure just got irritated, I guess. It was by something, but it wasn't really a difficult bowel movement at all. But it was extremely painful yesterday for some reason. But it's not always the case. It's never the case, almost never. Never the case when I take magnesium. A lot of it, when I take enough of it. But when I take, the more magnesium I take, the more often I have to relieve myself in the bowels. But as far as the bowels go, but so actually by having more frequent bowel movements, that actually can irritate the issue more. But usually doesn't at all. It's usually the opposite. It's completely. But I felt like it was torn open yesterday. It was just painful, much more painful and that normally happens only when it's not even usually that bad. But when I have when I'm constipated, that's usually when the problems will happen. But they're not even usually that bad. So yesterday was a unique learning experience. It was really an experience by being different. It was different. But mainly the real irritation comes from too much food. Eating too much is what causes the irritable bowel. Or in my case, it's actually an open wound that's always open. It never completely healed, the rectal fissure, but it's sort of like an irritable bowel in some way. It's irritable, and but it's not just the amount of food going through. I don't think it's not it at all. It's it's not just because of the passage. It is the amount, but it's not because of the passage. It's because the amount of food kills the healing ability of the body, and it kills the health of the cells in the whole body. It's because of the excess of food. That's what it is. That's what it's due to, I believe. I'm very strongly in the knowledge of that now, which is a wonderful thing to learn. That it's the excess of eating is a huge problem. Um, and I wouldn't have learned it. That's something I'm also actually grateful to my wife for having taught me that, because she taught me that inadvertently, because I wouldn't have eaten as much as I did if I didn't know her, and I wouldn't have learned about the problems it causes if I hadn't ever done it. I mean, if I'd kept on eating as I was always doing, which I, I never did eat very much until very late in her life. And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have learned that. It's one of the most important things I've learned in my life is how easy it can be to get addicted to sugar and food. And it wasn't really easy for me because I didn't do it until late in life. I mean, it's much easier to get addicted to other things, I guess. But like eating food doesn't really cause you all that much pleasure. I didn't find when I was younger. It wasn't that pleasant to be, eating too much. If I ate too much, I felt worse, not better. So I didn't do that. I guess as we get older, it wasn't necessarily her fault at all. As I got older, I must have been, my state of health caused me to find more benefit in eating more. That's what it was. It wasn't because of her, because I didn't have to eat. Obviously, I can't blame her for that. But I mean, she was an influence. So yeah, she definitely had something to do with it, because she was always wanting to eat until she couldn't eat anymore. And then, until she couldn't eat because her organs were failing, but she always wanted to eat. So she had not learned this important thing about fasting. She didn't learn it soon enough. But that's just my understanding. But it could be incorrect. It could be not correct. It could be wrong. But that's one possible. That possibly could be true. But everyone's different, and her problems might have stemmed from something else entirely, not from one. That's just an understatement. It's so totally could have come from some other cause. Totally could have been anything that caused her problems. We don't know, because when I say it, I mean the human organism. Life for the human organism is so immensely complex. We not only don't understand it, we don't understand any organism. We don't even understand a single cell of a plant, how it works. How do we understand? We don't understand photosynthesis, which is only one process in one cell of one plant. We don't even understand that. How do we understand anything about something as complex as a human organism? It's far, far above, beyond, way beyond and above, and more complex by an infinite factor. I mean, it's incomprehensibly more complex. And we already are not comprehending the plant cell process. So it's been I'm very excited about these new computers. Like I was saying, it took me 2 minutes to boot the daily iMac. Why? I don't know, because it was running the same operating system. It had more programs installed, but there must have been something that I installed, or the update that I installed, but something about the way I installed it. Maybe if I did a clean install, I suspect it would run fast, but because that's what I think happens when you do a clean install of an operating system in Mac OS. It boots fast. But I don't know that for sure. But it was running the same operating system, the same version of that operating system as the other computer, and they both were booting off an SSD. But the slow one took 2 minutes. So my point was, my daily computer taking 2 minutes to boot, I would never reboot, because I didn't want to waste 2 minutes. I would reboot when I had to, yeah, but I would never choose to reboot, whereas I wouldn't, so that means I wouldn't shut down at night. I'd never shut it down at night. But now the benefit of having my 2 new computers is I can shut them both down. I don't have a camera over there, fortunately. I can shut both my computers down every night now because it only takes a few seconds to reboot, and that can save. That can make them live long, last, endure. Um, that probably will cause them to keep working or to last far longer in terms of how many years I could run them for. But I don't think, that may not be the issue. I don't think that's necessarily why I'm going to have to get a new computer. It will be possibly because the operating system will be not supported anymore, or because it won't be running fast anymore compared to what I need to run on it in order to, in order to keep up with other people who are running something faster. But I don't think I have to keep up with anybody. But I want to keep up with my own self. If I want to be able, if I can't run YouTube, if I can't watch YouTube videos, or if I'm limited, if I can listen to, how many YouTube videos do I want to watch at one time, for example? If I want to watch more than one YouTube video at the same time, that requires more processing power. If I want to be able to if I want to open 10,000 tabs in Safari and keep them all open and remember where everything is kept, that requires a lot more processing power, or memory, or whatever, or both. And then so it's my own needs. It's not about competing with other people. The thing is, I was able to compete with other people with my old system if I didn't have a spinning beach ball. But even with the spinning beach ball, I could still compete with them, I'm sure. But it wouldn't be, I wouldn't be as competitive, or, I wouldn't be happy. So how would I be able to be? Yes, what's the point in competing if I'm not happy? Or what's the point in living if I'm not happy? It's not. What's the point in using a computer if it's not, an advantage? It would have been. It still would have been an advantage, though. But did I do that because of the beach balls? I don't know. I think I did it because of the beach balls. If I didn't get the beach balls spinning, if I didn't have to wait for everything, because I think that caused me to make some errors, or I don't know. No, the beach balls slowed down my learning. That's what it is. They slow down my learning where I'm not going to be able to learn things as fast. If I can open new tabs instantaneously and keep on learning and keep watching videos and changing from video to video, every time I even maximized the YouTube video, I got a beach ball. And then for me to make it smaller again, I got a beach ball. So I could, minimize, not minimize, but just resize. So I can't learn as fast when I have beach balls that are spinning on my screen, preventing me from doing what I want at the time when I want, so it's costing me time. And those seconds it's more than 1 second probably, but those seconds are valuable. They mean something. And that does have to do, if I were competing with other people, it would matter. And it matters even if I'm not competing with other people, because I am losing something in life if I'm not learning at the rate that I'm wishing to, or at which I'm capable of learning. I'm losing out in some way. So that's the reason why I had to update my computer. And now, how long before the next one? I don't know. But I won't be unhappy if I have to update a computer in 5 years. Not at all. I mean, no, because I really think in 5 years we're going to have something absolutely fantastic. I really believe that now, because what they're saying, even the Mac Pro that's going to be produced soon, I believe it's coming out the end of this next year, probably sometime, maybe a little later if there's any delay. But it's expected to come out by the end of 2022. The Mac Pro, and it's the rumor is, let's not believe it, but it's the rumor The rumor says that they're going to have an M1 Max times four times the power of this thing. And that's just a rumor. Maybe they'll have less, but maybe they'll even have more power. I mean, they could certainly build something with more power. They can connect these things using um, I keep calling it I want to call it a matrix, but it's a fabric, an infinity fabric they call it. I want to call it a matrix. I think it's sort of like it's not exactly a matrix because nor is it a fabric because they have to interconnect these devices, right? Um, I I I'm I believe they don't even tell anyone how they do it because it's a secret. Like it's a proprietary thing. But what they could be doing is it could be one layer and all of they can't do it that way because there's too many connectors. But you have multiple imagine something here. Imagine this. And I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but you could have one layer for each pin. If you're connecting a whole lot of pins, you'd have a whole lot of layers, and each of those different pins goes to a different layer. Then you can connect the other device that you're trying to interconnect with that to the same layers, but in another location where those layers are continuous. So that would be an example of some kind of fabric that could connect everything together. I mean, how else you can do it would be by you'd have um, con- flat conductors, like what do they call those? Traces on a circuit board. A strip of copper is what they what they traditionally use, but you can't make a strip of copper. You can deposit it on a surface using sputtering, for example, and then collimate that to a very narrow place. You can build very narrow conductors on a surface and build your interconnects that way, but that's not necessarily how they do it. They could also do it by ion implantation in the semiconductor to create conducting strips that way. They implant into the semiconductor and they create a conducting strip using beam collimation again. But I mean, how else they connect these things together? They want to connect these chips they have many pins on them, and these chips are separated from each other. So you could connect them by putting them one on top of the other too. That makes more sense because then your conductors are much shorter. So I suspect that would be the way. It would be one chip on top of another chip, right? But then I just don't have a conception for how they do the interconnection. But it would be shorter wires if they're one on top of the other. The wires wouldn't have to go here, 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 and there wouldn't be different distances between. Well, if each pin is connected to each other pin, I mean, you're not going to connect the devices to each other, though, right? I mean, I don't think that's what you're going to do. You're not going to, you don't take you don't have a computer where you take a processor and connect it directly to another processor and expect it to be twice as powerful. That's not how they work. You have to have an interfacing system, that can use those different processors in the proper manner. So it's not like that. So when they call it an infinity fabric, what is it? I mean, that's what we want to ask, I think. Try and figure out what they're doing. Eventually, they're going to reveal what it is because they have to. Nobody's going to be able to keep a secret forever. But it'll be interesting to find out what it is they're actually doing when they interconnect. I think what we should do is try to figure out what they're doing. Actually pray about that and ask what on earth could they be doing, and ask Jehovah about that. In Jesus' name, ask him, how can we do it? Because If we could figure out how to do it, maybe we could actually help them to do it better, or either that or do it ourselves, but somehow we might improve our world by, actually we want to do it in the best way in the best way possible for mankind, though, not in a way that hurts people, but, ecologically, environmentally friendly, in an environmentally friendly way too. But what is the way? How do we do it in that way, in the best way, environmentally speaking and everything? How do we do it? What is the way? How do we produce faster processors that are more powerful, that are, because of their speed, and also that are lower power electrically as well, that are thereby environmentally friendly, and that are smaller so that they can be made even more, they can contain more power in a smaller space so that they can be more portable. And I think one fantastic technology we have to get into, we have to use in the future is fiber optics. Definitely, it's fiber optics, and that's an interesting thing. One interesting thing about that is that means lasers are going to be extremely important in the future. If, at least to the extent that fiber optics are going to be used, lasers are vital, because you can use laser light to transmit signals down these fiber optics, right? And the different colors of the light can encode the information in different ways, just like, bits can be used to zeros and ones, but these are colors of light. So instead of zeros and ones, you can have different colors. You can have far more than just a 0 and a 1 if you're using laser light. And you can have them turn on and off. The light can go on and off, so you can have an awful lot of possibilities. You can have different intensities, but you can conduct a lot of information in a fiber optic cable. Fiber optic cables are not limited in terms of how many beams of light they can carry either. I don't think there's any limitation. There's no limit to how many signals you can send down a fiber optic cable. The light can travel in that cable. As many signals, they don't interfere with each other. As many signals as you like can be present there and traveling, and they don't conflict, nor do they interfere with the transmission of the other signals that are present. So it's a technology that it has yet to be really what's the word? What do they say when a recording artist signs a contract? Exploited. Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. Yeah. It's a technology that has yet to be exploited, and that's a good thing. To exploit that technology, I think, will be a good thing, because it sounds like it's got an enormous amount of power. That is the potential. The potential of, and it can be low power. Lasers are not that high powered necessarily at all. So. But how much power? That's another question in terms of electrical power. But the big question I have, or one of the questions that I don't fully one of the things I don't understand exactly is, how do you convert those? I don't know what the conversion. They got to have some kind of photoelectric cell at the other end to detect the color of the light, as well as all these other things, and detect what's going on and convert that back into electrical signals at the other end, or they have to use light as the processor. They have to build fiber optic processors that process the light using fiber optic cables, or some other light processing method to process the signals, and the information can be processed maybe without converting it from light into electrical signals. That would be good, if you didn't have to convert the light into an electrical signal. But okay, how would you type on a keyboard and have that information arrive at your processor? Would your light tapping keyboard would not produce an electrical signal, but would produce a light signal maybe? That's possible. And send that on a fiber optic cable. I mean, these are the possible, that's just one possible way that our future could develop. And it seems like well, I'm sure they'll come up, they know more than I do. Many people know, there are many people who know more than I do about that, because I haven't thought about that or researched it really much at all. But I mean, I can start we can all start researching this now, trying to find out what's going on in not just that area. I mean, not just fiber optics, not just light, but any other technology that is promising with regard to its potential for computing power and so on. But that's the one that comes to my mind is photoelectrics. Photoelectrics, either converting signals. Yeah, we can also, for now, we can convert into fiber optics, and then send those signals to another part of the world at the speed of light, and we can interact, and therefore our computers can become supercomputers by interconnecting on the internet using fiber optics. But it has to be fiber optic for it to have the speed of light type of speed, I believe. Otherwise, it's not going to happen at that speed. So, now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does happen at that speed, but it seems to me, because I mean, I've been from the YouTube. Oh yeah, that's right. The YouTube video I saw the other day. I want to talk about Ohm's law, because there was a YouTube video I saw where they were saying that more than one person saying this, I think, but I mean, it's not just one person. But Veritasium on his website was saying that when you connect an electrical connector in a circuit with a battery, that if the two wires are fairly close together, the electrical signal can pass from wire to wire. And at the speed of light, it doesn't require to go around the circuit, and that the electrons in the wire are moving very slowly in the wire also, is what they were saying, which is interesting. And of course, it's not true, because none of theoretical science is true. It's just a theory. All of science is a theory. And for him to say it actually is happening is obviously nonsense, because it's a theory. And just because it proves to be true up till now doesn't make it true. I mean, Maxwell's equations, for example, have never proved false. It's what at least one person was contending somewhere. Therefore, they're true in that person's opinion, but that's false, because that's just a theory that will almost certainly prove to be false at some point, because it was produced by a human being who, and just like Newton was proved false by Einstein, but yet it doesn't at all mean we shouldn't use Newton, because I mean, okay, and this video might be lost where I talked about this before, but that's why I want to repeat it now if it is lost. Newton, for example, said that an object cannot move in a direction different from its current direction unless it's acted upon by a force. So, and the acceleration, the force required will be equal to the mass times the acceleration. So to produce a certain acceleration on a certain mass, you'd have to provide a force equal to mass times acceleration. F equals ma. That's one of Newton's assertions. Which law is that? That's Newton's second law, isn't it? I think, yeah. And then Newton's third law says for every force there is an equal and opposite reaction, or whatever. For every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. In other words, the force. But we don't need to go to the third law. We're just talking about F equals ma. What Einstein did, in the case of gravity, that's the thing. In the case of gravity, now Einstein believes F equals ma, but in the case of gravity. Einstein's Newton. Let's go back to Newton. He was before Einstein. Excuse me. No, I just burped something. It didn't taste very good. Okay, so what did I eat today that was too much food? Evidently, that last meal that I just had, the matcha tea, was too much food because I just regurgitated a little bit of it. And that indicates possibly that I shouldn't have eaten that. That was excessive. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe not, but maybe it was fine. Yeah, but the thing is, I was refeeding too. I'm refeeding because I had a 36-hour fast not too long ago. So if I don't refeed, or 35 hours, so if I don't refeed, that means refeeding means you eat basically as much as you want for a short period of, an equal period to the fasting time, because you want to make sure you don't, suffer ill effects because of the fasting. So you have a little bit more leeway. You don't want to keep fasting all the time after a fast. But then I can resume my 18-hour per day fasting or whatever I want very soon, but I need to be aware of the refeeding. It's good. So having said that, I don't have a good taste in my mouth right now. But it will pass very quickly. So F equals ma, right? Newton believed that, but so did Einstein believe that. But in the case of gravity, the difference was this. Newton said that anything going in a circle, like the Earth around the sun, that requires that it be accelerating. It can't be. Anything that's not accelerating, is moving in a straight line, or it's at rest. But to go in a circle, it must be accelerating. That's not what necessarily Newton said, but that's what somebody said. But Newton certainly believed that, and that the gravity of attraction between the sun and the earth was supplying the force. There was a force of gravity, and that's what enabled this circular orbit. Without that force, the earth would just fly off into space. So that's a type of acceleration. It's called centripetal acceleration, right? And the opposite of that acceleration is the force that we feel when we're being whirled around on a merry-go-round, or one of these, God forbid that we should go on these rides, but one of these, circus rides or fair rides where they're slinging you around at high speed. That force that we feel in an outward direction, that's making us want to fly off, that's called centrifugal force, not centripetal. It's the opposite direction, but the same force. And what the centripetal force does is it prevents the flying off. So they're both equal forces in opposite directions. And that's what allows the orbit to be constant. So without the centripetal force, there would be no orbit, is what the theory says. That it's a very sort of standard theory, okay? So that F equals ma applies in that case also, but the acceleration in that case is constantly toward the center, even though the object never arrives at the center because it's trying to fly off into space, but it's accelerating toward the sun. The Earth is accelerating toward the sun all the time that it's orbiting, okay? But Newton said that that's because of gravity between the sun and the Earth. However, and Newton had a formula that could define how big the force of gravity was. He had the equation. He could write it down. It depended on the mass of the sun and the mass of the Earth. They were both in that equation, and the distance between them was in that equation. I think it goes over 1 over r. 1 over r, isn't it? Or is it 1 over r squared? It's one or the other. It's either 1 over the distance squared or 1 over the distance. And electrostatic forces are the same way. They're either 1 over r squared or 1 over the distance. I'm not sure. 1 over r or 1 over r squared. They're different from each other, I think, but they're not. It's one or the other. One is one, and one is the other. So I somehow think that gravity is r squared, isn't it? I think it is, but that's just from memory, so you could look it up. But yeah, so that's your homework. Look it up. But anyway, I'll look it. I better look it up. But anyway, but it's not important for this discussion. The thing is, there was an equation, and Newton knew what it was. He could write it down, and it was correct. Except, at some point, what Newton said didn't always apply to be. It didn't appear to be correct in every respect. Under all circumstances, it didn't always work. That's why, when Einstein came along, he had a better theory about many things. And one of the differences he had with Newton was his theory of general relativity. That was Einstein's theory. The problem with Newton was Newton had a formula. I forgot to say this. Newton had a formula that could explain exactly how big the gravity was, what the force of gravity was equal to. Was based on these things: the distance and the masses, some other numbers that were just numbers that were determined, calculated. Those numbers could establish that force of gravity as to how big it was, but Newton could not establish a reason for the force. Okay, he couldn't come up with a cause. What caused the gravity? What was actually causing an attraction between two masses? That was not defined by Newton, or it was a mysterious force that Newton invented, or he just imagined that there was a force. And he did that, and it did account for the orbit. The idea of that force accounted for the orbit. Okay, but he couldn't explain the origin of the force, so it was an imaginary force. And then it didn't exist necessarily, but Einstein came along. Now, after Einstein, we don't have to imagine that Newton becomes wrong or unnecessary, because it's still useful to think of things in the way that he did. This idea of gravity and the attraction of masses, we can't observe, we can observe our bodies being attracted to the floor of our house. We see it every day. That's still a useful concept of force, gravity acting downwards on our bodies, because if we didn't know about it, we might fall on the floor if we didn't know about it. We have to know about it, and we can think about it as a force. Certainly, that Newton does not become wrong just because Einstein came along. Okay, that's the first thing. That's important to know. But now, let's say what Einstein did, what he says. What does Einstein say? And some people would definitely tell us and have us believe that Newton is wrong and Einstein is right. And maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. That's the way I would say, because they're both just theories. Einstein's theory accounts for more of the visible universe. Einstein's theory is therefore a better theory, but that doesn't make it true or false. And that doesn't make Newton false, because we know Newton is far more intuitive. But first let's hear what Einstein has to say. Maybe this is intuitive to some people, but not to most people, I don't think. But I'm being prejudicial here, because I haven't even told you. Maybe you've heard it, and most people have probably never heard it. This is what Einstein said. He said there is no force of gravity. Okay? What's happening is that the masses distort the space in which they reside. And a bigger mass distorts the space more and curves the space more. Therefore, it's a curvature of space, is what he said. The distortion is a curvature of space caused by the mass. But he's the one who imagined the distortion of space, and it's described in his general relativity theory, okay? And therefore, these masses, the Earth moves in a circle, not because of any force acting on it, but because the space is curved. So that's Einstein's theory. That's his answer. The space itself is curved by the sun. And the sun curves the Earth more than the Earth curves the Earth. More than the Earth curves the space. The sun curves the space more than the Earth curves the space. Therefore, the sun doesn't revolve around the Earth. For example, it's the Earth around the sun, okay? Even though the sun does move in a small orbit because of the curvature of space, well, at least even according to Einstein, I mean, even according to Newton, right? The sun moves in a small orbit because of the force acting on it by the Earth. But of course, the sun is affected by all the other planets too. So it's a complicated thing if we want to get into all that. But we don't. Let's forget about the other planets for now. Just understand it in terms of two bodies, a large and a small body. The main thing that's happening is the Earth is going around the sun. We would think, but the sun is going in a tiny orbit of its own. And Einstein would say there's no forces, none, not due to gravity. There might be forces due to electrostatic forces or whatever. Einstein would go along with these other forces if they existed. In the case of the sun and Earth, there's no electrostatic force that's operating, not that we're considering, not that we think of. And therefore, according to Einstein, there's no force at all between the Earth and the sun that we're thinking of, unless it's the force of the light impinging on the Earth from the sun. That might be small force involved in that, but it'd be very tiny force, I would think. But it exerts a lot of force in terms of the life on Earth that's created by the sun. That's a very large force, but it's not a physical force in terms of heavy weight. It's not a heavy weight. It's a beautiful force that brings life to Earth. It's got a lot of power, but it's not. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the physical force, the punching power, if you want, or the pushing power. So, according to Einstein, there's no gravity. It's just curved space. Okay? But nobody in their right minds imagines that our body is being flung to the floor of our house when we fall down because the space is curved. We're thinking there's a force pulling us down to the floor and that it takes force to get up. It takes our effort to get up. We're not thinking about curved space. So, I mean, it's intuitive. It's more intuitive to believe Newton, to think about Newton and his way of thinking. For most people, it's far more intuitive, I think. It's far more sensible. We use F equals ma all the time, of course, but that's because we do have forces that are known to be real, or at least we think they're real. They're jet engines, they shoot fuel out the back, the combustion gases out the back, and they go forward because of Newton's third law, which is for every force there is an equal and opposite force. Because you shoot the exhaust gases out the back, the jet engine drives the rocket in the opposite direction. That's Newton's third law. And so, I mean, Newton is not wrong, obviously, in that way. At least we don't think so. In any way, in that way, but certainly in the case of the second law, he's not wrong either. It's just that in the case of gravity, that's the issue where Einstein differed. Was that in the case of gravity, that force Einstein said was not real. And because of his general relativity, we understand a lot of things, like about light going around, light passing near to a very heavy object, for example. If it's gravitational force, that wouldn't affect the light. But if the space is curved, then the light that passes near to the sun from another star, for example, or near to a heavy planet, but light that passes near the sun from another star, I guess we wouldn't see that light because it would get mixed up with the sun's light. But any light passing near a heavy planet, right, would get curved by the space of that. Or any light passing, we wouldn't see that perhaps because it's too small of a mass. But any light passing near a galaxy that's very heavy, that galaxy, light from a distant star that passes through a galaxy would be perhaps bent in a way that would be significant. And therefore that's just an example that we might never be able to observe that either. But there are cases like that have been observed, and that's how Einstein's theory has been proven, that light is curved by space. So the space is curved because light is not believed to be curvable. It's a straight line. Light goes in a straight line. We don't believe that curves. So if the light curves, it must be the curved space. There's no gravity acting on light. That's the theory. That's all just theory. All of it's theory, okay? So if gravity cannot affect light, therefore the space must be curved because we see the light curving around these heavy objects. That's the theory, and that's why Einstein is believed to be correct and Newton is not correct. But since Newton was proved false, according to Einstein, surely Einstein can be proved false later on as well when we observe something else that conflicts with Einstein. So we don't have to worry. I mean, there's no need to worry about right and wrong in science. So coming back to the electromagnetic theory, we don't have to believe anybody. But what we know is that Ohm's law, or what we found in the past, we know this. Ohm's law works, and Ohm's law says, and this is something. Even though I studied to be an engineer, so I'm technically an engineer. I studied to be a physicist. I studied mechanical engineering. I studied nuclear engineering. I studied electronic engineering. I did engineering physics, and I studied physics, so experimental physics. And I did a master's thesis on ion implantation in semiconductors. So I've got engineering physics background, with several disciplines involved. I studied civil engineering, right? I mean, I studied mechanical and engineering drawing. I studied all these things in the same course of engineering physics, which is the best, the most comprehensive and one of the most difficult courses at university that you could take. At the university I went to, at the time I went to university, and probably still is, but it's a very difficult course. And so consequently, I should be an engineer, I should be a physicist. And I've had, since I went to school, I've had more than 40 years to think about it. Is that true? Not in every case, no. I've had more than 35 years since I was in school. So, I mean, parts of my schooling I've had more than 40 years and parts more than 35. So I've had more than 35 years to think about these things. And that's a lot of time, And I've been thinking about these things and applying them in the things I do. And I've learned that it's taken me a long time to believe Ohm's law in the way that I apply it I actually use it. I mean, I use Ohm's law if I want to check if my car block heater is working properly. I'll use Ohm's law, when I'm doing that, or I'll, use an ohm meter or something, which is using Ohm's law. But I mean, I'll use Ohm's law, and I'll use Ohm's law. It's one of the most powerful things you can use. That's very simple to use in electrical theory is Ohm's law. And what it is voltage equals current times resistance. Very simple equation. It's like F equals ma, right? Voltage is like the force. The acceleration has not really got an equivalent there, but mass times acceleration. The mass is like the resistance to movement, and that's like the resistance, right? So yeah, it does have equivalent. And then the acceleration is like the current, which is flowing in the circuit. Except it's not accelerating, it's just static current. It's just flowing. It's steady flow. So, but it's basically, if we think of it as the best or the easiest illustration I can think of is water in a pipe. Pressure is the voltage, and then it's equal to the, is this true? Yeah, pressure equals the current times the resistance of the pipe. And the resistance of the pipe is greater if it's small. Because, I mean, a bigger pipe is like no resistance at all, right? Because if you had a big enough pipe, where would you get any resistance? There'd be nothing to stop the flow. So it's a small pipe is a high resistance. It would flow if you wanted an equal flow, you'd have to have a higher pressure to get it through the small pipe. That makes sense. There's resistance in the pipe. So it is exactly analogous to that sort of illustration. The flow, the rate of flow, or the rate of current flow in the case of an electrical circuit, times the resistance equals the voltage, because the higher resistance requires a higher voltage to provide the same current, right? Or if you have a high resistance and you want a high current, you have to provide a very high pressure. So it's an exactly analogous thing to talk about those things, to understand it in those terms. Just for simplicity, that's just to help. What's the word for that? It's metaphorical, it's an allegory, or it's an analogy, right? But it's an exactly analogous thing. It seems to me it's pretty exact. And then the idea is, we talked about this another time, but then capacitance is another thing. It's a fascinating thing. Capacitance is another thing, and that's got to do with when you have a certain wire or a plate, either one, but a plate is a far more efficient capacitor, because if you're trying to what is the purpose of a capacitor, right? That's the thing. It's to store a voltage. That's what it's for, right? A capacitor is meant to store a voltage. So that's the purpose of having a capacitor. So if you put the charge into the capacitor, see, if you don't believe in charge, you're not going to be able to do this. So, I mean, you got to believe in charge in order to do this. An electron is providing charge, and you can put the electron on a plate, because metals have electrons. If you don't believe in electrons, you can't do this. If you've got a metal plate and you can put electrons on the plate or in the plate, but typically they're surface charge, okay? And then, or you could think of them. Are they surface? I don't know. They could be. Let's say they are. We have to have theories, right? So we're going to have a theory. Let's say they're just on the surface. But I mean, then when we find out that they can't be on the surface, we change our minds. But what we have is a bunch of electrons on the surface of this plate. If they're not on the surface, then how are they going to act? Because a metal shields. It's a shield against electric forces. So if they're not on the surface, we're not going to have any electric forces. So I think we better put them on the surface just for practicality's sake, because metals are a shield. You know, they're a shield against electromagnetic forces. That's just something I know, right? I don't know how I know that. I don't even know it very certainly. I'm not as sure as that. I'm not as sure of that as I am of Ohm's law. Let's put it that way. So, but let's say we have electrons on a plate. Then we bring another plate close to that. That's a capacitor. What's going to happen to the electrons on the second plate? If we force the electrons to be on the first plate, that's going to drive away the electrons from the second plate. Why is that? That's because we believe that charge repels a similar charge, like negative repels a negative. Just like in magnetism, we believe that a magnet of one pole, the North Pole, repels the North Pole of the magnet, right? And it attracts the South Pole of another magnet. North Pole repels the North Pole, and South Pole repels the South Pole. And they attract the opposite. Opposites attract, and like repel. So electrons on this plate will repel the electrons from that plate, and we'll have an electric field develop across that gap. But the gap can be non-conductive. In other words, it can be an element that doesn't conduct electricity at all. So it can be an insulator, as we call it, typically, right? And it can be like some kind of plastic, or mylar is a typical example. But they use tantalum capacitors. What do they have in? I think they use mylar, don't they? In the layer, I forget what they use. I think it's mylar. Tantalum capacitor. They roll the tantalum in two sheets of tantalum separated by anything. Could be anything that they use, but could be mylar. They roll it up into a roll. Then you've got two plates that are separated from each other that don't touch each other. Okay, that's the idea. And that is a capacitor. That's something that can develop. You can put a charge on it, and if you don't, even if you were trying to drain the charge off the other end, it wouldn't drain, because there's a block. There's a gap that prevents it from draining out the other side. Okay, so that stores a voltage. That's what a capacitor does. Um, and one thing that we learn in engineering and in electricity, you can change. Well, let's put it first of all the other way. You cannot change the voltage on a capacitor infinitely fast. You can't instantaneously change the voltage of a capacitor. Why? It's sort of obvious, because the voltage on the capacitor is dependent on the fact there's charge there. And in order to reduce the voltage to zero, you'd have to take all the charge away. And you can't do that instantaneously. And why is that? Why can't you take the charge away instantaneously? Because there's some resistance in the wires. Okay, so that's the beginning of the idea of the RC time constant. So that's what I wanted to share with you now. This is another step in understanding how capacitors work, okay? And this is a step towards understanding how to build a computer, literally. This is how you would learn. In the end, you'd have to learn this at the beginning somewhere. You'd have to learn that concept before you could build a computer, which would be a much, or slightly more complex than that. But it would be similar. It could be very similar to that idea. Right? I mean, that could be a 0 or a 1. What we're storing on this plate could be a 0 or a 1. So think that could be a very important concept, because we could then imagine that it takes time for that 1 or that voltage to change to 0, which would be a 0. So you see how that could lead to the development of computers just from that one concept. And from the idea of resistance, we see that we can't have that charge leaving that plate instantaneously. Why? Because of Ohm's law. Current, right? If voltage equals current times resistance, then the current equals the voltage divided by the resistance. So the current is definitely not infinite. It can't flow infinitely fast. It has to be, it's limited. The greater the resistance, the less the current. Therefore, the less the current, the more time it takes for that charge to flow away. So that's the RC time constant we're talking about. This is the idea of how computers work. This is the idea of how transistors work. This is the idea of how circuits work. This is the idea of the RC time constant that slows down everything. So that's why it's important, and that's why I wanted to explain it. So what time is it now? Let's just check this here. I know I wanted to explain a lot of things here. Ohm's law is one of them, and that's probably, oh my goodness, I've actually got 5 hours. I had 4 hours the other day that I lost. It was gone. But I also lost some more material. But there's an important thing I haven't even talked about much, which is the building of a console. I want to design a console for computers, for computer displays, so I can put some monitors in the studio, or if I want to later, I want to be able to put monitors if I want to. I want to be able to add them later. And not just monitors, but if I build a shelf that's at the right height for monitors, then maybe I can use it for something. But I would have to design the console, and it's not just that console. I mean, anything that anyone designs, or even designing a desk layout for your computer, you have to think about just having a table, deciding which table you're going to use. If you even have a table, or if you're going to buy a table, deciding how big the table should be, deciding how many monitors you can put on that table. All of that is engineering, it's ergonomics, and deciding what kind of chair you're going to use, and whether you're going to have a keyboard shelf, and how many, deciding what you need, what you want, what you need. That's all engineering. And the ergonomics is, designing it so that it works and you don't get a sore back, or designing it so that it works and you don't, so that you even have space for for the things that you want to use. That's all part of ergonomics. I mean, you can't always solve a problem. I'm saying you can always try. I guess you can always try to solve a problem in my opinion, you can't ever solve a problem after the fact, okay? But it seems like you can, but you'll find in practice, I believe, if you can solve a problem after the fact, you're better than I am, because I can't do it. And if I build a computer system and then after the fact I want to bring in more monitors, but I haven't thought of it first, I've tried that. I said, okay, I'll just order one of these long arms that you can attach to your wall, and that long arm can come over, and you can have your monitor attached. That's how you can bring in your monitors that way. And yes, you can, but I suggest very strongly that you need to think of it before you build your system, before you develop a system at all, before you buy your first computer, or in that system before you buy your first computer. You should, or in fact, you must, in my opinion. You absolutely must plan for that wall mount, because if you don't, there's going to be a problem in some respect. Sooner or later, if not with that wall mount, with the next thing you want to add, it's going to be a problem because you didn't think ahead. So designing really has to do with thinking ahead. That's really what it is. It's thinking ahead. And now, what is the RC time constant to do with thinking ahead? There's a question. Just thought of that one. That's a good one, because I suppose that the resistance to change is going to be, preventing the planning, isn't it? If you think about changing something, and you think, I'm going to have 6 monitors in this room. Let's have 6 monitors right in front of me. I want to see 6 computer monitors, all of them running. I could do that now because I could put 4 monitors off of this computer. That would be 5. And I could put actually 2 separate monitors off my Mac Mini. I could have 7 monitors in this room right now if I wanted to. They could be, running like that. 2 of them off one computer and the other 5 off of this new one. But 2 is the limit for the Mac Mini. And this is just a more pricey computer. That's why I paid more for it, was because I want the capability to run 4 additional monitors at some point. And I haven't designed, okay, I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I did suppose that I would do that in advance. I supposed that in advance. If I didn't suppose that in advance and think to myself, well, I think it can be done, then I wouldn't be able to do it, because I wouldn't have thought ahead that far. It's important to, you can't think infinitely far ahead. Nobody can think infinitely far ahead, I don't think. Maybe somebody can, but I don't. Jehovah can, right? I guess he can. So he can. So right. So maybe if I did this in faith, then maybe I can do it, because Jehovah knows how I can do it. So he knows. But I don't know how I'm going to do it. I know I can imagine how to add a few more monitors in this room, one of which I could just put on an additional table behind this computer, or on an additional, stand. Or I could have sitting on the table and have it high on a stand higher than this one. So I can imagine one more monitor, and I can imagine another monitor above my central monitor, which would be just, once again, on some type of stand. So that's 2 monitors, and then I could have something over here that would be a 3rd monitor, which would be above my. It's where the camera, one of the cameras, my iPhone camera, is right now. But I can't really imagine more than that at the moment. That's only 3, but that's 3, and then I have 3 already. That's 6. See, so I can actually imagine it right now. But to do that, I'd have to change a little bit what's there, as far as that amplifier is supposed to have. It's got vent holes in the top of it that I don't want to obstruct by any monitor that's put there. So there's a few. That's one problem already. Plus, I can't have the lamp there, and I can't have the iPhone camera there anymore. So immediately I have to. The first problem I have to solve is, where do I put the lamp? Where do I put the iPhone camera? And once I solve those 2 problems, it looks doable. Oh, no, and I also have to solve the problem of, what do I do with the amplifier? Maybe I add a spacer so the monitor sits a little higher, so there's an airspace for the cooling of the amplifier. But if I can solve all those problems, then I can move on to the purchase of the monitors or the design of the stands. But these things have to be, if I don't care about those things, I can just move ahead without thinking, But if I care about those things, I need to solve those problems first. Well, if I'm going to build a console in the other room, it's not necessarily that sort of problem. I might just have a console with a shelf that's going to house maybe 3 monitors or something. I could have it could be a shelf it goes 6 feet this way, and then it has an arm that comes this way, and maybe again this way. Like it could be symmetrical because the studio has got 2 speakers, so I want it to be symmetrical to prevent any asymmetry in the sound field. Let's say that makes sense. That's one approach, and that's the most sensible one. As far as the symmetry goes, that's the most sensible one. So I might want to build sort of a, not a U shape, but I could be a U shape, but something like a U shape, but more with the angles being not quite 90 degrees at all, but something like what shape is that? A boat shape, upside down or whatever, depending which way you look at it. Sort of a boat shaped, with a flat bottom. A flat bottom boat with two sides on it, or two ends on it, if you look from above. That sort of shape, that could be the design of the console. I haven't even thought of that till now. I just came up with that now because it's been a long time since I looked at studio design, control room design, but this is a solution to a lot of problems because I could have more monitors by having them at an angle to my side. I just have to turn to one side and I could work on that monitor and I could still be typing on the same keyboard possibly. But if I want, it would be ideal if I could move the keyboard around to face the monitor too, wouldn't it? In that case, the keyboard could be on my lap, and it could be a Bluetooth keyboard, and then it could be more easily moved around. But that's not, I don't like Bluetooth because I think it adds, complications, and it can be problematic. It can be bad for the health to have electromagnetic fields flying around. But it can be interfered with. I mean, it adds problems that I don't think I want. So I would try to approach it, see if I could solve that some other way. So if that's even a solution that's needed, if I even need to solve anything there. Maybe all of my monitors can just be in front of me, and maybe on the sides I can have something else. Maybe it's not going to be computer monitors on the sides. And maybe I don't need those side pieces. So forget those. Forget them for now. We'll bring them back if we need them. So I'm imagining things already, and I'm seeing what the problems would be and how I would change those problems or, eliminate them or, go back to the beginning and start over. That's design. And that's how we design things. And then I could say, well, another thing I could think of is, do I want wheels on it? I'd say immediately, yes, you want wheels on it because you can always buy locking casters and lock them. I've already got wheels on the one out there, and they're locked, so it doesn't roll around. Or at least some of them are locking. I think they're all locking, probably. But I've got beautiful casters on there, and I've got a cork floor. It's already there. I can just take the casters off the old one and put them on the new one. I think I've only got 4 casters on it, though. I might need more than 4. If I add these wings, I'll need more than 4 casters, I think. Not necessarily. I could design it so that it's strong enough. See, there's another classic example. If I don't think I can afford more than 4 casters, which seems silly because I could always buy some more casters. They're not cheap, though. Good casters are not cheap. But my first thought is, why should I buy more casters? Why not just design it so it only needs 4 casters? That's my first thought as a cheap engineer. I want to do everything cheaply. That's what engineers always want. Believe it or not, that's the premise of engineering, is to do it economically. That's what we want. So that doesn't mean we're going to build it with less quality. We're going to build. My approach would be, let's build the base where the casters are going to be. Let's make that strong enough. So it's so strong, it only needs 4 points of support between the floor and it will support everything. Let's make it strong enough so that it can do that. Okay, so then the first question that comes up in my mind is, how do you build a simple frame that only needs 4 casters to support all the weight if you're putting weight from above? Is it possible? And my immediate thought is, no, that's not possible. You'll never be able to do that. That's my first thought. But then the second thought I have is, wait a minute, who says that frame at the bottom is the only thing that's going to be holding that thing up? Maybe you can have the back and the sides can provide strength to support those bottom pieces. The frame at the bottom can be supported by something else. Maybe you can add cross members, add a diagonal. I just thought of that. There's another way. But you can use sides and back if you want to. But I don't think we want sides and back, and I'll tell you why. Because we're in a studio with audio coming from the speakers. We don't want a reflection. We don't have reflections off sides and back. So we don't want to build cupboards. That's not my first thought. We want a space frame that's open. That's called a space frame. So we can use diagonal members. And so the top part of the frame can be diagonally braced to the bottom, and then we need to start thinking what are the forces where are the forces acting, and that's going to take months to figure that out probably. But we can think it all out and figure it all out how strong it's going to be. We can even build miniature replicas out of toothpicks or whatever we want to do. That can be built if we want to, bigger than toothpicks if we want, but we can build anything if we need to build it. But I never build these things in replicas. Generally, I just think it out. I imagine it, and I keep on imagining it, and I keep on thinking of how it's wrong. And then I go to the next step. And that's how any engineer can do that, I think. Or anybody can do that and become an engineer by doing that. And the idea is to do it as I'm doing it, okay? Let's say I decide, hey, this idea of these cross members diagonally, that's going to solve everything, okay? Because I can build a diagonally braced frame that supports itself, okay? I can lift it up from the middle, and the ends are not going to collapse or do anything because it's diagonally braced everywhere in enough places that it's completely strong, okay? Really, I mean, so strong that it can support the weight of a human being on one end or something. It's not going to collapse. Let's make it that strong. That seems like that's possible. We might need, some solid hardwoods that are that big, whatever. We can do that. I've got some of that stuff in the basement. So we can do that. I can build that. That seems like it's far from impossible. But okay, having said that, then the next question would come up, right? And that is, what materials have I got that I can do that with right now? That's the question. How much wood have I got? And the answer is I got a whole pile of wood in the basement. I got oak, got tons of it. I mean, almost a ton of it, maybe, on one of my shelves. 800 pounds of oak on one shelf, probably. I forget what the numbers are. I've got a lot of oak down there. That's why I had to build a really strong shelf that was braced to the floor, and it's, all kinds of stuff. But for a long time, it wasn't even braced to the floor because I had to figure out, and I did figure out how to brace it with angled bracing, diagonal bracing to the wall, and I built studs along the wall on which to brace this bracing that was going to the wall from the shelf. I built all that stuff so that I could support all this oak without even having vertical posts. But then later I decided, you're not very smart. You need to add these vertical posts in case something happens and somebody could get hurt if you don't put these vertical posts in there to help support this. But it doesn't need the vertical posts. It's really strong. But I mean, that's an example of, how much wood I have in the basement. That's what that is an example of. I've got a lot of wood down there, but that's only the oak. I've got other wood there, and I've got a lot of ash there because I recently harvested this big tree in my backyard that was gigantic. I got these big slabs of oak. I mean, they're thick enough. They're probably about a couple of inches thick. Some of them are thicker, some of them are thinner, and they're like 9 inches long or something. I slabbed this big tree, and I think I talked about this earlier in the video, where one of the days I was out working, it was hot enough that I seriously was in danger of getting heat exhaustion, and I was using a chainsaw in the heat of the sun, and I had to wear a hard hat with the shield to prevent, the mesh shield, prevent me from getting chips in my eyes and stuff. But I had to wear the pants to protect me from the blade. I had to wear, even though I was wearing shorts, I think, but I had to wear quite a bit of a long sleeve shirt. I had to have all this stuff on for protection. I had to wear the gloves for protection, and I was sweating, and it was hot. And the story that the side story to this is interesting because I must have sweated a lot that day. I think I sweated a lot. I was hot. Maybe I didn't sweat much. I think the truth is I must not have sweated much, but I was really hot. But the reason I say I didn't sweat much is because I went all day working in the sun, or all afternoon in the sun. And then I came in, okay? I didn't have a shower that day, believe it or not. I didn't have a shower, didn't need one. Went to bed, woke up the next morning, and I had no body odor at all. None. And that's never happened before, or it's never happened since. I don't know what happened that day. But I know I didn't. I did use deodorant like normal, but I didn't have any body odor. That's the point. Normally, I would have had to have a shower. I would have needed something. I would have needed to wash. I didn't wash. I didn't have a shower. I didn't need to because I didn't smell. So, I probably needed to, but I didn't smell. That's the point. I had no odor at all, none. So, I've never had that happen. But I just thought of that because that's something that happened, but it's not related to the slabbing of these trees. It's not particularly related to that. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know why it has anything to do with the slabbing of that tree. But I slabbed the tree. It's incidental to the story that I slabbed the tree. So this tree's cut into 9-foot slabs. It's in my basement now. They're solid ash, so I can use that to build a console potentially, or to build the space frame, right, for the console. And then I don't want to have cupboards, but I can have shelves, because when the audio comes from the speakers, it can be thrust forward and go right past these shelves. The shelves will be horizontal. They're not going to present a large obstruction to the sound. The sound's just going to go right there. If there's sound reflection up and down, then those shelves, they should be as narrow as I can make them, from front to back. Like the shelf. If I take a shelf and stand it and turn it this way, it shouldn't be very wide. So that whatever monitors are standing on the shelf, they should be able to stand on a fairly narrow shelf, so that it doesn't present a big obstacle to any sound that's bouncing around that we want to have moving around. We don't want to obstruct anything in the studio. So that's part of the design of a studio, is to prevent a lot of sound movement, or if we can actually figure it out, which is difficult, if we could figure it out, we want to prevent any bad reflections from happening, right? That's the thing. So that's a little too complicated to get into during your first attempt at designing something. You do that as you go on. But there's the idea. We have a space frame. We have a shelf for the monitors. We can have a computer shelf here, a shelf for the keyboard, and a shelf for the for both keyboards, the computer keyboard underneath, and a shelf for the piano keyboard here, a shelf for the speakers here, and at the bottom near my feet, we can have more than one shelf. But if I have any shelf that I have at knee height should be extremely narrow, so that shelf doesn't bang my knees, or whatever. But that has to be thought of. Or just don't have one in the area of that. Don't have one that goes to the knees. Put a vertical support for a shelf that goes in a place where I'm not going to be sitting. But if I want to be able to move along, I don't want to have any knee banging on anything, then I don't put a shelf at knee height. I just put only the shelf down low, which is what I have now out there. But I don't have one that's longer than 6 feet at the moment. But we could have a shelf of whatever length. And we want it to be, we want this console in the middle of the room, because if we put it in the middle of the room, that retains the symmetry for the sound reflections and so on. So that's the preferred way. But that implies too, if we put monitors on the shelf, we want to have the same monitors at the same spacing, and everything should be symmetrical. And maybe that's true too, but that's another detail that may not be as important, or that might be excessive, to think that way. To think that way might be excessive, because there's always going to be asymmetry somehow in the room. But we have to figure out to what extreme we want to take some of these ideas. But that's an idea. I've just come up with a basic design for a console, and 4 hours ago, or even half an hour ago, I did not have a design for my console. So I've almost got a design now. It seems, or I'm on the beginning. I'm at the beginning. I've actually begun designing the console, and I couldn't have done it without an audience. And that's just it's mind-boggling, because it seems to imply that without teaching there is no learning, or without, and I don't know if that's really true. I don't know, because surely you would think I could go and read a book and learn from it. But then again, now if I recall, whenever I learned something when I was married, for example, before my wife's passing, whenever I would learn something, I would immediately, if I learned something valuable, I'd want to share it with somebody. So I'd almost invariably, I would share that with my wife, and she was eager to learn like I was, so she wouldn't mind, listening to what I had to say. So I mean, I would be learning, but I would be teaching. That's maybe that's far more important than I realized then, or than we ever think of. I think that's probably more true than we even really care to believe, because we like to believe that we learn because we are, the intelligence. We don't like to believe that we learn because we have intelligent students. That's not something it's not pleasing to think that to think that way. I mean, it might be pleasing. It's pleasing to have intelligent students. That's not what we. That's not, obviously it is, but it's not the same type of pleasing. But the thing is, but no, there's an element though that involves, we wouldn't be able to teach unless we were good teachers. So there's it comes back to us again. It comes back to us again. But what I'm finding is the more intelligent I become, the more I become dependent on, not so much on my students, but I think that's it. It helps if they're intelligent. I don't get me wrong, but it doesn't depend on their intelligence, because I could just have more of them, and that would be just as good as having very intelligent students. I think the more students that you have, the more it requires you to really be accurate, okay? And therefore, it improves your own methods. That's what I think. That's what I believe is true. This is why what I find is when I don't present anything, when I don't publish, that's the word, when I don't publish, I stagnate. And I know I have the ability, and it doesn't go anywhere. And it doesn't, not even does it go anywhere, the ability vaporizes. It's gone. It's like I don't know anything. It's the same exact thing. The only way to know something is it seems to be true, is to teach it. And that doesn't seem correct, maybe. It seems strange, because how do you teach if you don't know something? So it seems contradictory, but it's not. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was like God, right? And the Word was with God. Or the Word was with God and the Word was like God. One or the other of the order. But, yeah. Right. But the teaching is something to do with the Word, is the teaching, right? That's something to do with the teaching. So it seems to be important even in the Christian religion, this idea of teaching. Well, we know in the book of Deuteronomy, I think it is, somewhere in the Bible, it says, these words you must inculcate in your son, right? So the Hebrews were taught to teach their children, and it was the words they were to inculcate in their children. And that's why Hebrews were so literate. They were literate. They could read. That's an important thing, that Hebrew societies seem to have that. And other societies didn't necessarily ever have that. Many societies, they don't teach reading to their women. They don't teach reading to their children. The Christian religion has always taught reading to the women and the children, always. That's one distinction about Christianity, because it came from what's the word? Judaism. Couldn't remember the word. It's not Hebrewism, it's the Hebrews, but it's Judaism. From Judaism, Christianity came, and Christianity adopted all the good things about Judaism, but also about Christ. But it retained all the good things about Judaism, which is the written word and the teaching of reading, and therefore writing as well was inculcated in by virtue of learning reading. Because without teaching, there's no learning, right? So learning reading necessitates learning writing. So I think I've learned something. I learned something here. But I mean, I've thought about all that I thought about before. The only thing I had thought about, I'd thought about a few of those concepts, but the only thing that I thought about to do with the teaching and learning was I didn't think about the reading and writing connection. I thought about, the only thing I was thinking about before was this idea that without teaching there is no learning, but I wasn't sure how that worked. Or I'd never thought about why or how that connected to Christianity. I'd never thought about that until I talked about it now. So there must be more to gain, I think, by meditating on some of these things. But I want to know better. This idea of the word has been always been a big puzzle in terms of understanding it in terms of science or physics, or in terms of understanding it in the physical world and relating them, connecting them together. That's always been a problem for me. And I'm not saying they have to be connected. It's been a problem if I wanted to connect them. There didn't seem to be a connection between them. But I think maybe also we have to fail in order to succeed. And when we teach, in other words, I think maybe if we are a teacher, like I said before, how do you teach if you don't know anything? But I think maybe you have to teach by teaching wrong at first, teaching something which is inevitably going to be wrong at first, in order to get to the next point of teaching something that's more correct and more correct and more correct. That's one way to look at that. But that's not really true, because we teach what we're taught as well. So we're actually teaching what we've learned already from what we've been taught already, and we pass that on too. So that's a very important part of it. We're not teaching what's wrong at the outset at all. We're teaching what's right. But we don't learn anything without teaching either. And we don't, like, for example, let's say I'm trying to create a design which is a new thing. It's a new design. I'm trying to design something, but it's never been built before. This particular console has never been built, so I'm designing it. And it's new. So in that case, I have to be willing to make mistakes. I have to be willing to say what it is without knowing what it is. So, but I'm only going to teach what I know, as far as how I know how cross bracing works. I know that strengthens things. I know that prevents the collapsing of things, because it prevents things from moving out of square, and therefore they become rigid. Cross bracing. So, you can prove that, because you can prove that this length cannot change if it's cross braced, right? The length of that member will not change. It won't be squished. It won't be stretched, because especially in the case of wood or anything strong like wood, which cannot be compressed along its length, nor can it be stretched. And that's how it's strongest. Wood is strongest along its length. That's the strongest direction of wood. If you bend it, it becomes weaker. So as soon as you can introduce any bend at all, then that compression can break the wood very easily, or much more easily. But part of the power and strength of wood is in the flexibility too. Also, that's another thing. It's not brittle, as long as you don't bend it too much. As long as it's not bent too much. So, but there's a lot to learn. And every time the thing is, we might know all sorts of things, but we've never learned them in the way that we're using it right now. That's the thing about learning. So teaching is an opportunity to learn something new about the things we already know. And that is exciting, because it also means our students are learning something completely new too. We're learning something completely new because it's from the point of view of students, the students who've never heard it before, even sometimes. And some of our best students have never heard it before. Others of our best students have already heard it and taught it many times, and they're still learning. Some of our best students are the ones who've mastered it. But you can master something. That doesn't mean you're not going to learn. I think when you master something, that means you're just starting to learn. really at a high level. When you master something, you're learning at a speed which is greater than before, but you're not making any mistakes. That's the difference. When you master something, you don't make any more mistakes at that point. But you're still, and in fact, you're learning at a higher rate than ever before. You're not just still learning. That's what we need to do. And I mean, I can go back to learning about audio, studying how the amplifiers, produce sound, or studying what decibels are like, or how they work. Studying about the reflections in the room, because bass reflections in the room can create resonances in the room. I could study that again. I will have to, but I mean, because at some point it'll become important. But I mean, I studied that already when I built the room. I considered all the dimensions of the room, and then when I built when I installed the equipment, I installed these large. I actually bought these things. They're big bales of insulation. I bought them to insulate my ducts in my furnace to prevent sound transmission along these ducts in the heating and air conditioning ducts. And I wanted to insulate the furnace, so I didn't know how much of this insulation I needed, so I bought 2 large bales of this very expensive. I think it's Roxol. I don't think it's fiberglass. It's Roxol. So it's rock fiber that they make out of rocks. It's a very, very good insulator for sound. But I have 2 of these bales in the studio, and I just put them there temporarily to store them. But I also I'm still using them now. They're still there because they're providing absorption for the bass that is otherwise bouncing around in the room. Now, the best place to put your bass absorption is in the corners, from what I understand. That's where they always put the bass traps. Put them in the corners. Those absorbers are not in the corners, but they're at the 2 extreme ends of the room, so they're doing something. The most efficient way to absorb bass is in the corners, but I don't have a bass problem in my studio because I designed it to be to not have bass resonances. I designed it that way at the beginning, not to have. Where is the camera? I mean, I think it's here. Right? Oh yeah, right there. Okay, right there. That's where I thought it was. Yeah, I designed the room to minimize the bass resonances. So that's probably why I don't have the bass traps in the corner. But I mean, I'm not using the corners particularly for anything. I could build bass traps in the corners, but I mean, yeah, it's not like I need anything. I've measured the response of the room. It looks like it's pretty flat across the whole frequency spectrum. So I didn't change anything. But if these bales were ever moved from their current locations, these bales of insulation, if they were ever moved, it would very possibly affect that flat frequency response that I measured adversely, and it very probably could make the room worse, significantly worse. But I'm not in any doubt that these bales are doing something with the bass, because the thing is, yeah, the reason why you put them in the corners typically is because the bass, the amplitude of the bass waves is greatest in those spots in the corners. So it's got more energy. It's moving faster. The air is moving faster. And it's not moving we don't feel the wind, but the bass, well, yeah, we do. We do feel the wind. If you sat in front of a bass speaker, you feel the wind. But you don't feel the wind from treble, but you'll feel, if there's any wind from bass, it's in the corners of the room. And that's moving faster, and therefore insulation will slow it down and have a greater effect in the corner than it would somewhere else. But where I've got it on the sides, it's going to have quite a bit of effect because the bass that's near the side of the room. That's where the bass is at a higher velocity. So putting it near the sides, near the ends, is like the corner. But it's not as near the corner as I could be. But it's at the right place according to the response that I'm getting. It's fine. It's good. So that's how that room was built, essentially. other than all the planning that went into deciding what size it should be. Those are the critical things: the height relative to the width and the length. Those three dimensions determine the characteristics of the bass response of the room. They're the most important things. The relative sizes of those things. It doesn't matter how big, but bigger is better, perhaps, in some ways. Because really small rooms tend to have, yeah, it does matter. The actual physical size matters because bass waves are a finite size, because the speed of sound is 1,200 feet per second, roughly. And because the bass wave, bass is like 20 hertz, 60 hertz, in that range, between 20 and 60, let's say, is the bass, or 20 to 100. If that's the bass, right, 100 hertz would be 100 cycles per second, right? And 1,200 feet per second, if that's 100 cycles per second, then that means 1,200 means 12. 12 times 100. If it's 1,200 feet per second, it means 12 feet per wave, right? 1,200 per second. If that's the speed of sound. Is that the speed of sound? I think that's the speed of sound. But whatever it is. If it's not that, whatever it is. But I think it's 1,200 feet per second. So 12, okay, and 100 cycles per second for that wave. That's what one of the frequencies of bass is. So 100 cycles per second, 1,200 feet per second. So it goes 1,200 feet. If something goes, all of sound goes at 1,200 feet per second, okay? Any frequency. So if this 100 cycles per second goes at 1,200 feet per second, it must go at, that doesn't mean it goes at 12 feet per second, right? But it means that the size of it is 12 feet. The size of it is 12 feet. Because, well, velocity equals frequency times wavelength is the fact. 1,200 equals frequency 100 times the wavelength, 12 feet. Yeah, 100 hertz, 100 of those cycles per second, and each cycle is 12 feet. That means it goes 100 cycles of those 12 feet per second, which is 100 times 12, which is 1,200. So it goes 1,200 feet per second. That's the speed of sound. But if I were to choose 50 cycles per second, what would it be then? Right? 100 or 50? Well, we'd be saying 50 times something equals 1,200. It would have to be twice as much as 12. It would be 24. 50 times 24. Those waves at 50 hertz would be 24 feet long. So bass waves of 50 hertz are 24 feet long. That's what we just established. And my room is 12 feet this way in width, and it's about 20 feet long, something like that. It's not exactly a multiple. It's never going to be twice of one dimension's never going to be twice the other dimension. That would be bad. We never want it to be able to resonate. So every dimension has to be not a multiple. The height is 7 feet. The depth or the width of the room is 12, something like 12. I forget the exact number. 12 by 7. They don't divide into each other, right? And 12 divided by 20, or 19, whatever it is. It's probably more like 19 or something. I don't know exactly, but something. So if you have 7 by 19 by 12, it doesn't sound like they divide into each other. That's good because there won't be a resonance with one frequency piling up. It won't resonate. That's the idea, and that's, you want to make those, you choose those numbers very, very carefully, and you study that a long, long time before you decide on those numbers. And that's what was done. That's what I did in that room. But you can also determine how big a wave is by its frequency. That's another, just by knowing the speed of sound. And that's what we were just doing. 50 hertz, so that, is 24 feet long, the wave, the full wave. The other thing about, so 100 hertz, I might be getting a resonance, but 100 hertz is not, because I have a 12-foot room. But that resonance is not going to be the same in the length or the height of the room. It's going to be not reinforced by the other dimensions, first of all. Second of all, 100 hertz is not a problem area for bass. It's not a bad frequency. It's not as bad as a problem in the 60 hertz area or the 30 hertz or 40 hertz or 50 hertz. Those are worse than 100. So 100 is not as bad a problem, and that's why it can be dealt with without seeming to cause any problems at all in the room. But the other thing, what else? Let's think of another. Think of a. We talked about 100 hertz. What about okay? What about 1200 hertz? 1200 hertz would be 1 foot in the wavelength size. So 1200 hertz is a 1 foot wave. So that means if I put a box or a cupboard that's 2 feet by 2 feet in front of a speaker, right, or anywhere in a room, if you stood behind that box, you wouldn't be able to hear as much of the 1200 hertz that's coming at you. It would be blocked by the box because a 1 foot wave cannot get around a 2 foot box. But if you had 60 hertz, right, which is a 20 foot wave, if you had a 20 foot wave coming at a 2 foot box, that 20 foot wave is going to see that 2 foot box as just a little tiny thing. It's going to just go right around it. You're not even going to notice that box. It's not even going to be blocking anything. So you're going to hear the 60 hertz perfectly well if you're behind a 2 foot box. It's the really high frequencies are very easy to block. So, up in the, 10,000 hertz or 12, let's say 12,000 hertz, that'd be, that's 1/10 of a foot. It's about an inch. So, 12,000 hertz is going to be about an inch, the size of the wave, the wavelength. So about an inch, you can block it with your hand. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful about, if you want the high frequencies, you can't put objects, between you and the speakers. They're going to be blocked very easily. And those things can reflect more easily too. Bigger waves, you can't reflect them off a cupboard that's sitting here. Like you might have a cupboard over here. You don't want cupboards in your room, that's why. But if I have a computer monitor beside me, a 1-inch wave can bounce off that computer monitor and hit me in the ear. And I can hear too much of that frequency because it reflects off of that. Or it could be something else more complicated could happen because of that reflection. And it's not desirable to have that. But, if that's a 20-foot wave, it's not even going to see that monitor. So it's not going to reflect into my ear. So that's not going to be the issue with bass. It's going to happen with treble, with the higher frequencies, that you're going to get reflections. So all of those things are part of what we consider in the design of a studio. And we don't do that all in one day, right? That takes months if we design a studio. So now we're up to 5 hours and 43 minutes. I think we've covered a lot. I think we've covered enough now. I've redeemed whatever I lost for the 4 hours and more, probably. But I mean, there are always more things I'll talk. Hopefully, I'll talk about more things later. I mean, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. There's a lot of interesting things, but I've covered some things that are more interesting to me than what I talked about before, probably anyway. But I got to stop before I lose this video. Maybe I'll lose it if I don't stop. Hopefully I don't lose it by stopping, but I've got to try to save this, and if I want to say more, I'll come back and do it again. So this is, what is it again? The 14th of December, 2021, and this is Ward Green. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye for now.